So we are talking about safeguarding our future, and we are talking about water sources, catchment to tap. And again, climate change that has affected the whole process, and so we don't have enough. So while we are thinking that, and I allow ADB to settle, we are talking about many stages from catchment, from the source of that water. May it be a river, a spring, a stream, or groundwater through boreholes. So that catchment needs to be protected. And then that catchment, we need to identify it, and we need to protect, we need to conserve. Harvesting. We need to harvest that water that is coming from the rains. We need to harvest that water that is coming from all those sources. We need to store it. Do we store it in dams? Do we store it in ponds? Do we store it in our tanks at home? Do we manage aquifer recharge, artificial groundwater recharge, so that we can hide that water for future use? And then we have infrastructure. For that water to come to your home and to open that tap that we are talking about, it has an infrastructure. So we talk about last mile connectivity, and it has a lot of uses: domestic, agriculture, livestock. It has uses in energy, and we also have industries, various industries. So what we are missing here, the discharge. Now we have brought that water, especially here in Nairobi, from the catchment that is transboundary basin transfer from the central Kenya. We have brought the water here. Now there is the discharge, and that is the infrastructure of the sewerage system. We need to think about it. So the whole loop, the discharge, and how can we loop it up? How can we bring another source? Because the water from the sewerage system, we are wasting it. How can we make it a source also? And how can we invest in it? Thank you very much. This juncture, I want to invite Mr. Emmanuel Oletti so that he can come and speak to us about safeguarding the future. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO. The PS, the CS, all dignitaries present here, ladies and gentlemen. I think I would want to start off, I think first of all, this is March 8th, by wishing all the ladies in the house Happy Women's Day as we start looking at safeguarding our sources from catchment to tap. Now, the water and sanitation sector sits within a value chain, and it's linked both upstream and downstream to the water resources base. And water resources management is needed to address water scarcity, water quality problems, and other water-related challenges. Yesterday, I sat in a session on catchment to tap, and one of my colleagues did mention that if you want to continue milking the cow, you also have to feed it. So in this case, when we are looking at aspects of catchment management, this is very critical. So water resources management essentially implies ensuring reliable access to water sources of adequate quality and quantity, protection against water-related risks. I think we've been mentioning aspects to do with floods and droughts, but also ensuring the protection of ecosystems. Within the African Development Bank, our strategy emphasizes in one of its pillars the need to build resilience and to strengthen integrated water resources management in line with SDG target 6.5. I think we've been talking about ensuring universal access by 2030, but I think we need to pay equal attention to SDG 6.5 on IWRM and also 6.6 on restoration of water-related ecosystems, because this will be key to sustaining our water resources. Now, what are the costs of not investing in water management? In areas with limited access to clean water, underinvestment exacerbates water scarcity and increases the risk of waterborne diseases. In areas with degraded water quality, it can lead to negative impacts on public health and the environment. As an example, I think our colleagues from the World Bank undertook a study in 2021 that said water degradation costs Kenya at least $83 million every year. And this is the cost of maintaining water quality and also the water quality and quantity, but also in maintaining the water reservoirs that serve multi-purpose uses. But underinvestment in information systems also leads to depletion of groundwater reserves and increased vulnerability to impacts of climate change, which leads to reduced economic opportunities. Now, but what needs to be financed in this water resources management? Our colleagues from USAID, I think, have characterized it along 3 lines: investing in water governance, investing in water stewardship, and also investing in infrastructure, like Madam CEO put it. But what are the costs for investing in water resources management? We did undertake a study with the OECD in 2021 that basically estimated that Africa needs at least between $9 to $14 billion per year to invest in water resources management if we are going to sustain our water resources. Now, when we look at governance, governance is typically a public good and is typically funded from national budgets through abstraction licenses and also applying principles like the beneficiary pays and also the polluter pays. However, these resources that are allocated by government also need to be efficiently used in order to be able to sustain governance. I'll mainly talk about the stewardship and infrastructure, which is where the African Development Bank and other development banks have an opportunity to actually provide financing to water resources management. Now, the bank provides grants, loans, debt relief, and private finance, not only for strengthening the knowledge base, but also scaling up innovation for adaptation and resilience in the water sector. On the governance side, the bank, together with bilateral partners like Denmark and USAID, through the Africa Water Facility, provides technical assistance to water resources agencies and governments to basically help them to develop the enabling environment and also to build pipelines for water sector projects. Now, I'll go into illustrating the kind of instruments that we use for supporting water resources management. Yesterday, I also did attend a session that was talking about source to sea. And I think in promoting investments, because we have an infrastructure gap, so as we are trying to cover the infrastructure gap, we also have to look at the sustainability of the water resources. So we have balanced investments using what we call a city basin approach. And currently, under the National Urban Water Supply and Sanitation Program in Kenya, this is a program that we shall finance this year. It's initially estimated at $100 million. We're basically looking at the towns that we're going to finance from a basin approach. And the investments include infrastructure services, effectiveness and efficiency, including water conservation that Madam CEO talked about, as well as catchment management to enhance the sustainability of the program. We also do provide access to concessional capital. And by concessional capital, this includes mainly climate windows. We do have what we call a climate action window, which is currently, financed to a tune of about $500 million and supposed to grow to about $3 billion over the next 3 years. Normally, calls for proposals are sent, and I think agencies can apply to basically, apply to get resources for water resources management. We also have over 80 trust funds, and some of them include the Canada Climate Fund, and basically which also provides resources to enhance water management. And we also do provide access to the Global Environment Facility and the GCF financing to channel climate finance into water investments. We do have, in the line of innovation, a new instrument at the bank called the Adaptation Benefits Mechanism. And this is basically a result-based financing instrument that is designed to enhance climate action. Now, how does it work? We do provide grants to incentivize investment by facilitating payments for delivery of adaptation benefits. So if an agency within a catchment agency has actually undertaken, catchment management activities, they can actually get resources in terms of grants from this mechanism to improve, the continued management of the stewardship. But we also do create and scale dedicated blended finance. And here I would like to give an example of how we finance the private sector, how we finance utilities, basically to access some of these resources for water resources management. In Morocco currently, or this year, we basically approved a program of about $188 million to finance desalination plants. But in financing these desalination plants, we are providing what we call a corporate loan to a utility of about $150 million. But we're also providing $20 million from what we call the Clean Technology Fund, which basically is also hosted at the bank, but that helps to ensure that we have renewable energy, sustaining the system. However, we also mobilized $18 million specifically for water resources management, because we think that unless you actually provide financing for water resources management, it will be difficult to sustain the results. As I'm coming to a conclusion, we also do strengthen program design through access to what we call regional public goods. In other words, if you have got counties or utilities that are near a water body that is shared with other countries, like Lake Victoria, for instance, and there's an infrastructure program that is gently shared across the 5 countries that surround the lake, then for every dollar that you put in terms of investment, through the regional public good, we actually provide another $1.50 to enable you to address aspects of water management and water stewardship. So these are typical envelopes or windows that we can actually use to address aspects of water resources management. Now, lastly, I also did attend a session yesterday where utilities were talking about how they could access, financing for the catchments, that's existing utilities. We also do, together with the Green Climate Fund, structure water sector investments as an asset class. What this means is that we look at the energy footprint that a utility typically provides, which is mainly between 20 to 40%. And if we can replace this with, or augment it with renewable energy, then you can displace emissions, and then you can get entitled to resources, basically for investing into catchment management, because the rationale here is that you're unlocking cost reductions, but also unlocking financing opportunities. So there are so many opportunities as we look at the NAWASIP to 2030 that we can explore to basically strengthen the case and improve the investment in water resources management. And like Madam CEO said, investment in infrastructure, I think, will be key, especially given the water stress. And here we basically also look at storage. So in conclusion, Madam Chair, the African Development Bank, I think, has basically supported Kenya along this journey. And I think as we look towards the NAWASIP 2030, I think we intend to continue supporting in basically financing water resources management to ensure sustainability of your investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the commitment that you have mentioned, and also the various approaches that the bank is using to finance the water resources management, which is very key to sustain the infrastructure, because if you don't have that resource in that pipe, in those mega pipes that we are doing, that means the infrastructure is no need for Wanjiko, for the citizen of the country. So we need to understand the mechanism of that funding from the source, and he has mentioned about various sources and what they consider. He has defined very well, and what they can take on board through their analysis. They have mentioned about cross-cutting water bodies, and they have mentioned about other issues that are there and how we can approach them for financing. So catchment or the source financing is there, and it is viable, especially on the issue to do with climate change that has really affected the source. So let's all understand this concept so that we can be able to apply and also to look into it, and we are able now to get what is required of us, and we are able to sustain the infrastructure. We are able to sustain that water resource that comes to our tap. Thank you very much. We are with the representative of the PS State Department of Water and Sanitation, and because we are short of time because we started late, I'll invite Engineer Alima, the PS representative, to come and give us the keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agnes, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Water and Sanitation, our development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Happy Women's Day. Happy International Women's Day. Oh, you don't want it? We really long for Men's Day. So I want to deliver this speech on behalf of the Principal Secretary. He is also in the room, but because he has got so many other programs, even the next one, so he has requested me to deliver this on his behalf so that he can prepare for the other next session. So this is a keynote address by Mr. Julius Korir, CBS, Principal Secretary, State Department for Water and Sanitation at the catchment to tap, upscaling integrated water resource management for sustainable investments and water security, with the focus on how to shift infrastructure-heavy financing to catchment management for the benefit of WASH. That is WASIC 2024. Kenya is regarded as a water-scarce country, and the growing water demand is turning out to be a major concern. Global warming, water pollution, population growth, urbanization, and poor management of water resources have aggravated the water crisis. Water scarcity is expected to affect socioeconomic activities, food security, education, and health. Therefore, water resources management becomes critical in the sustainable use of the water resources for domestic, commercial, manufacturing, irrigation, and all other water uses. Indeed, when we did our master plan in 2013, we realized that water resources in this country are actually declining at a very fast rate. Because by the year 2000, we had the per capita, available water resources per capita of around 647 meter cubed per capita per annum. But by 2013, this has gone down to around 500 meter cubed per capita per annum. And it's projected that by 2030, this will go to 235 meter cubed per person per annum. So our water resources are declining at a very fast rate. The total water volume that we have in this country by 2014, when we did the master plan, was 22 billion cubic meters. And if we do all that we want to do, and that's why we have this conference, if we do all our dams, then that will move to 26 billion meter cubed. And that is also projected to move to 28 billion meter cubed per annum by 2030. But if you analyze the demand, those who are here in the room in this room on the first day during the conversation session, you saw that the demand to water available ratio by that time, in fact by 2030, will be 81%. That is extremely water stressed country, because you saw that if you have a ratio of 40%, then you are already a water stressed country. And this country, which is classified in 6 basins, by 2013, earthy catchment was already at 76%. And that's why you see earthy catchment, that is Nairobi, the whole of Ukambani up to coast, is getting water from Tana catchment. That is why you have northern collector, interbasin water transfer. Climate change is worsening the situation by altering hydrological cycles, especially rainfall patterns, making water more unpredictable and increasing the frequency and intensity of floods and drought. It is therefore important to plan for the highly variable water resources within most of the country resulting from climate change. Indeed, those who have lived in this country for long, we know that the traditional flooding areas have been Budalangi, have been the Nyando Basin. But when it rained this year, when we had floods, where were the cries for? Serikali's idea, where was it coming from? It is no longer in Nyando Basin, it has reduced. It is no longer in Budalangi, but it has gone to Wajir, it has gone to Mandera, it has gone to Garissa, it has come to Nairobi, South Sea, Mavoko, Serikali's idea. Yeah? So climate change has altered the pattern. We have a pendulum of drought and flooding. Kenya faces enormous challenges concerning catchment degradation and water resource security. This is due to pressures from unsustainable development and human practices along the water sources. The major issues identified in catchment areas include loss of vegetation in the riparian, encroachment and land degradation, decreased wasteland extent and pollution. These are key issues, these are real issues. We used to have a system serving Garissa town. If you analyze the amount of alarm that we are using long time ago and what is required now, you will realize it has gone up almost 4 times. So it is a gasla for alum. Alum is aluminum sulfate that we put in water to bring the big particles to come together and settle in our sedimentation basins. But it has become a gasla. Why? Because we have lost vegetation cover. So when it rains in abundance, it takes soil into the system. So the water is highly turbid. Turbidity has increased. So we are using much alum than was designed, than was expected. So there are real issues affecting the water resources subsector. To address this, water resources management is being undertaken within 6 basin areas through the basin management plans developed for each of them to enhance catchment protection. The plans provide a clear pathway for the sustainable utilization and development of the water resources in the basins by integrating environmental, social, and economic aspects of water use. These plans provide a description of the current state of the basin and establishes a shared vision for the future development of the basin by identifying key strategic areas for investment and action for effective development and management of the water resources. Indeed, we require to rehabilitate, we require to manage our water resources much better, to revive them, to improve them. And those who are in the room, you saw that we have a deficit, a financing gap for the water resources of 2.52 billion over the period up to 2030. So that is the amount that we require to rehabilitate our water resources fully. We are also having a policy shift. Those who have lived in this country, you remember, we have been developing water resources for the services. But very little attention is given to water resources. So our policy shift is that we will now be investing in water resources, investing in service provision, and also investing on sanitation. It is the reason why, if you see our data on sewerage, it is still very low. We have been having traditional 32 towns with sanitation services for a long time, since 1981. But they have gone down in terms of sustainability. It is only currently that we are completing several sanitation or irrigation schemes all over the country under what we call Kenya Towns Sustainable Water Supply and Sanitation Program, supported by Africa Development Bank. So in this program, we have brought in sanitation facilities in several towns. In Limuru here, Kikuyu, Gatundu. In Mandera, we are going on with it. Masabet, we are going on with it. Chapariara in West Pokot, we have completed. West Pokot, Narok. So they are scattered all over. But this was due to realization that we need to invest on sanitation. Because if we don't invest on sanitation, then we end up polluting our water resources. And our water resources are diminishing. So further sub-catchment management plans developed are guidelines in the implementation of catchment protection and conservation through various enumerated activities such as riparian zone conservation, marking and pegging of riparian land, control of soil erosion, restoration by engaging stakeholders in tree planting and construction of sand and earth dams. So you remember our strategy of planting 15 billion trees. You remember our strategy of doing several dams so that we better manage our catchment and we better have the water resources for this country, for the future of this country. Now, if I take you back a little bit, by 2050, if we don't manage our catchment well, because our catchments are the ones that give us milk. It's like a cow. If you don't feed your cow, you don't get milk. Because you cannot keep your cow inside, and then the evening you go and milk, and you expect milk. It cannot happen. So if we don't have a strong policy shift, then you will remember by 2050, Nairobi will be thinking of desalinating water from Mombasa and bringing it here. Yeah, by 2050. Yeah. Or you remember we'll be importing water. 2006 we had a drought. I received a call from Germany that can I come with my ships and bring water to Kenya. I said no, we still have rainfall of above 600 millimeters, 600 millimeter. We have not reached a stage of importing water from any part of the world. We can harness, we can develop our water resources. We can drill boreholes. We can drill boreholes and serve our people. But we have not reached that stage of importing water from Europe. In order to effectively manage and sustainably develop water resources, it is important to constantly have data on the amount of available water resources. The ministry aims through its various programs to constantly collect quality data on water resources, both ground and surface. This has been emphasized through the recently launched Seasonal Paper No. 1 of 2021 on national water policy and the National Water Resources Management Strategy 2020 to 2035. The strategy particularly aims to provide the government with plans and programs for the regulation, monitoring, protection, and conservation and management of water resources. Now, when we were doing the master plan of 2013, while we could easily map surface water resources, the groundwater was just given an estimate. And that's why now we have a program to map the 17 counties in the Athi and in the Tana and Athi catchment, supported by USAID. So we thank USAID so much for supporting this, because after that we will be having geological maps telling us clearly these are areas that have got high water potential. Because you also know that the rate we have been drilling dry wells, dry holes, is so high. So we will avoid drilling dry holes. And we'll be knowing how much water we have in this country. We have already done that in Turkana, Marsabit, and I think Wajir is also going on. So when this is done, the 17 counties are done, then we'll have 21 counties with geological maps where groundwater is available. And then we'll also plan for the next for 26 counties. As the country endures to achieve the right to safe water in adequate quantities and sufficient food, We need to recognize that water resources in Kenya are not evenly distributed. Interbasin transfers of water is therefore very important and can be achieved by addressing conflicts and that inevitably arise from competing needs through effective public participation and equity in sharing the resource to the benefit of all. Water sector reforms, which began through the enactment of the Water Act 2002, ensured that policies and regulations are put in place for the equitable distribution and sharing of water resources that, through effective guidelines. This necessitated the development of Water Resources Management Rules 2007. These rules stipulated various things, including defining the normal flow and flood flows of rivers to ensure proper and prudent abstraction of water from these water sources. Now, the water rules of 2007 have actually been repealed, but the water rules which were 2021, but that are challenged, and now they are at the AG to be published and enacted again. But the water sector reforms that started in 2002 as the ones that have brought a lot of changes in this sector. It has separated the water resources function and is now on its own from the water services. Now, one time when we started the water sector reforms in 2002, I had a meeting with some of the people who have got a lot of interest in the water. A meeting with Dr. Apollo Jonjo, the late Apollo Jonjo. A meeting with the late Margaret Mwangolo and Eda Gachukia. And they told me that they started advocating for the water sector reforms in 1976. When they realized that the CAP 372 of 1952 was taking the country in the wrong direction as far as the water, management of water resources, provision of water services is concerned. So the Act of 1952 was in this country for too long, from 1952 to 2002. It was a colonial act. And that's why we went into these challenges of water resources management, because it has little attention on the catchment management, catchment protection. So when we brought the reforms in 2002, you can see the changes that have come. You can see the changes that have come in water resources, and that's why I believe that if we put our acts together, then we will make it as a country. With the promulgation of the Constitution, the Water Act 2016 was enacted to give a legal policy and institutional framework for the management of water resources. It was a cognizant of the fact that water is a shared function, with the national government mandated with water resources management and development, and the county governments mandated with water and sanitation services provision. In order to operationalize the provision of the Water Act 2016, several regulations are being prepared, including the Water Resources Regulation, which have clarified where we are currently. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as a member of the international community, Kenya recently submitted its report on the progress of SDG 6.5.1 on the implementation of integrated water resources management. The country has shown a marked improvement in the implementation status. The reporting is at 62%. Further, there's a push to ensure dam projects within the water sector are set aside about 10% of the budget to cost catchment management. And that's why we are going. Because we don't want to do dams and lose them. One time, just before we were born in this sector, there's a dam called Chemron. It's a medium dam in Baringo. The dam was lost because of siltation. So if we don't manage our catchment well, So even the dams that we are trying to do, where we are now saying we have a budget deficit, we have a budget financing gap of 750 billion, then they will also be lost. So we have to manage our catchment well for the prosperity of this nation. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, PS representative. And because my boss has spoken, I have no words. I have nothing to add. Let's appreciate our speakers this morning with a hearty clap. Asante sana. We appreciate you being here. And now I want to release you and invite the next session that is going to be led for the panelists. That is going to be led by our moderator from the Worldwide Forum, FAD Forum. And he's here with us, Bwana Muhammad Kamo.
Thank you very much. All dignitaries present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Jackson Kiplagat, and I am head of conservation programs at the Worldwide Fund for Nature Kenya, sitting in on behalf of my CEO, Mr. Mohamed Awer. Thank you very much. So I think we've heard that there is a cow that must be milked but must be fed. So I think the next team of panelists will be sharing with us a little bit more about how we can potentially feed this cow. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite on stage a team of panelists drawn from various institutions, the Water Resource Authority, the Water Services Trust Fund. If you are somewhere, please, Mr. Mbole, who is an environmental specialist, the EU delegation in Kenya, you're most welcome. The team of panelists, please. Thank you very much. And as we get them on stage, I think it is indeed good to appreciate that we have a challenge here with us. You've heard from the speaker who was here that despite the agreed level of water requirement per person per year being at 1,000 cubic meters, we are talking about 500, and the future is not great. He has talked about 235 cubic meters per year by 2035, if I got it correctly. Yet, as we know, we are growing in terms of population as a country, which means requiring more water. We have a youthful population of about 19 years on average. What does that mean? So what is it that we need to do? The cow must be fed. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me then to introduce this session that is talking about water resource management and financing in relation to safeguarding our future. I have a team of panelists here. I will request them to introduce themselves as I invite them on stage to be able to share with us a little bit more. But I think they can speak from their sitting position. So allow me to just ask each one of them to briefly introduce themselves by name and institution, starting from my farthest left. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Jackson, and good morning. My name is Paul Mbole. I'm a consultant in matters climate, supporting various entities, including WashFin, particularly in relation to integrating climate resilience into some of the engagements and leveraging resources such as FLOCA, which is one of the financing locally led initiative that is funded by World Bank, that is working with, that has been implemented through counties and supported anchored under Treasury. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fred Nyongesa. I work with Water Resources Authority, an institution which has been given the mandate to work together with stakeholders and ensure that the catchments where we have water coming from are conserved, protected, and restored to current years for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bwana Nyongesa. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Willie Sombai. I'm the CEO of Water Sector Trust Fund. I'm happy to be here and feel nice hosting all of you. Water Sector Trust Fund is one of the agencies in the ministry that finances water resource management. So it's our honor to be in this panel to illustrate what we have been doing and the possible opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this gentleman will help us understand a little bit more how we can feed this cow from a financing point of view. And allow me to start with Mr. Willie Zombai, who is from the Water Services Trust Fund, an important institution in the water sector. We've just been given the statistics around per capita water resources and the decline that we anticipate. And the efforts, of course, that have been highlighted since yesterday about what Kenya has done. Mr. Ambai, how can we as a country deliberately boost financing towards water resource management, and especially at the catchment level, catchment restoration? Over to you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kiplagat. That is a very good and important question. Of course, borrowing from our experience in the work that we have been doing, we resource mobilize for environmental or water resource management and conservation. And we not only work alone. Being a financing institution, our best approach is when we use so little resources in administrative and overhead expenses and leave the rest to the direct investment in catchment areas. And so what we have done over time is to work with our sister organization, which is also represented in the panel, to be able to finance Water Resource Users Association in other areas, conservancies, and also Community Forest Association. Coming back directly to the question that you have asked about how we can boost the financing, we continue as an institution to lobby for more allocation. And of course, when that allocation is done at the national level or national budget allocation, then it goes directly in working with the entities that I've given, I've highlighted. One of the innovative ways which we are also proposing is that the PPP approach, we know that it will come with the development of big assets, but unless those assets are taken care of in terms of catchment conservation, then that will not be possible, or we will not live to see the benefit, because most of these dams will get filled up. So we are proposing, as we look at the various amendments and policies, to be able to have the thought about how do we conserve these assets that have been developed under the PPPs. Can there be part of the resources that go towards conservation? Bwana Kiplagat, we also have the green financing, which can be developed and promoted in terms of financial instruments that will go a long way in terms of supporting these catchments. Not to forget about the huge potential which has not been developed in carbon markets, and also as well as payment for ecosystem services. The biggest challenge I think we have currently is that all payment for ecosystem services in this country are still voluntary. And I think perhaps if the legal system can be reviewed to have it to be more of a mandatory, so that the upstream that is working very well to conserve the areas are compensated in a very structured manner. So I think those are some of the ways that I can give for boosting, and in addition to what we are currently doing, because there is also a lot of investment that we are currently making. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. A big clap for him. I think very important points there: innovative financing. Green financing, for example. I know this country passed a legislation in 2019 to provide exemption for issuance of green bonds, tax exemption on issuance of green bonds. Do we anticipate one from the water sector? And I know the Capital Markets Authority already have guidelines for issuance of the same. So a very good point. Going to Mr. Mbola, who is a climate change specialist. We are still looking at the catchment, this cow that must give us some milk or some water. Nature-based solutions have been fronted as part of the solutions to this challenge. What are some of these challenges and opportunities that exist for us within this sector to be able to scale up the application of nature-based solutions at all levels of government, national and county? Because we do appreciate that with our devolved governance system, we have functions for the counties and also a role for the national government. Over to you.
Thank you, Kiplagat. I think first and foremost is really to say that there is immense opportunity to better leverage nature-based solutions that can address some of the challenges we're seeing in water resource management. And I think part of what we need to start reflecting is to ask ourselves, why is it that we have so much water landing in? And I like what has been shared by the PS's representative, that we have an average of 600 millimeters of rainfall that lands generally in all the areas. And if you look at that, for every 1 millimeter of rainfall that falls on 1 square meter, that's equivalent to a liter of water. So if we have an average of 600 millimeters of rainfall, that's equivalent to 600 liters of water in every square meter. Now what that tells you, how many drams of water is that? That's close to 3 drams of water for every square meter that we have. So what it seems to be is that our challenge is more about managing what we already have available in our lands. And the question then would be, what measures do we need to start harvesting and harnessing that water that is already landing? And if you look around and take time, as you drive along any of our rural roads, you'll notice there's so much gullies running along the side of the road. What that tells you is that is water that landed somewhere, found its way to run into a river, into a gully, and find its way down to the river, and hopefully end up somewhere, silting a dam somewhere along the line as it makes its way down to the ocean. Indeed, if this water was harvested at source, which means at the field where it landed in the first place, there's an opportunity for us around that. But I'll take it even a step further. If you look at matters recharge, and these are some of the innovations that are coming, the whole question of managed aquifer recharge, whereby you have an accelerated effort to actually secure that runoff is not just let to run, but we find ways in which we can have it infiltrate back and recharge our aquifers. Those are some of the solutions we are talking about. But just looking at that early one that I mentioned, what we used to talk about, soil and water conservation, there's an opportunity there. And I think we need to scale up some of the investments we make in soil and water conservation right from the field, so that some of this water that is actually running off can be harvested and indeed then find ways in which we can get it back into the ground. That way, we then can recharge our aquifers to then be able to secure that water is available downstream for use in the various initiatives we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good ideas on how we can keep this water for now and for the future. Now to the regulator. We are aware that at the end of the day, we have to appreciate or know where the water we have received from whatever source we are able to account for. But unfortunately, as humanity, as Kenyans, we seem to lose a lot of that water. I think from the discussions the last 2 days, we appreciate that we lose quite a lot of water in the process through non-revenue water. Mr. Nyongesa, what can we do to be able to incentivize Kenyans or the general public on water use and discourage wasteful use of water?
Thank you so much, Jackson, for that question and for this particular time to have a discussion over it. One thing I want to begin with is that we as a people within the Republic of Kenya, we have to really evaluate ourselves, interrogate ourselves, and have a mindset change, in the sense that the water that has been given to us is in most cases finite. Its quantity cannot be destroyed, cannot be at least generated, so it's finite. Over the years, as it has been said by the leadership which was before us here, brought the element that the quantity of water that was there some years back was higher, and we are getting into the challenges of water. We are also getting, if we don't take any action, we shall get into the crisis. Now here is a case, the limited water that we have is still not used efficiently. We end up at least losing quite a lot of it through our conveyance systems that have really been at least not been maintained well, and we end up denying the opportunity to the downstream user who might have put it to some more economical use. Nevertheless, efforts have been put in place, but I think for us to also still enhance water efficiency, we need to really look at the kind of appliances we are using. If it is in the sector of water domestically used, we need to see that we can be able to install systems that have sensors. Many times when we go to maybe bathrooms to wash, we wash with that quantity of water. We need to look at it that can we also minimize the amount of water we are using in our homes. We need to see that even the taps we open, at times I was told by a friend that when you are brushing the teeth, you open the tap, it runs, then as you brush your teeth, the tap is running. We need to see that we need to change our habits. Further than that, I think there is quite a lot of water that we generate in our homes that can still be reused in our various gardens wherever we are staying. So let's look at the moment of seeing that we can be able to reuse this water. If it comes to irrigation purposes, we find ourselves sometimes using not smart ways, like for instance, overhead sprays. We would want to encourage where investors can come in and sensitize us and help us to install smart irrigation systems that can sense the kind of amount of water a given crop will be requiring at a given time. We need to invest into the drip irrigation systems and avoid these flood canals and avoid overheads. I will want to emphasize that also when it comes to industrial sectors, we still have cooling systems that can still use water that could not be of some certain quality, and we can always reuse. Many countries are now doing what we call industrial symbiosis. That means the kind of water that you might be not using right now can be used for other purposes, could it be in industrial sector or domestic or agricultural. Now, here is a case for as a regulator. We have the tools that have been talked about, the Water Act 2016. We have also our regulations. Now, these regulations requires that every water user, whoever wants to use water within the public, needs to really acquire at least a permit for it to be used. Now, this kind of arrangement is to ensure this water is sustainably used, is equitably used, and it is also somehow with the effects of trying to ensure that even our catchments are conserved, are protected, so that we can be able to guarantee the future generations to have also water to sustain themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our panelists, a big clap for them. I will want to request our panelists to respond to this question, maybe after a few questions from the floor. We have challenges and we have opportunities. What is the one thing that you think we need to do to be able to depart away from some of the challenges we are facing today? You know, drastic actions that we need to do to be able to deal with these challenges that we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to come to you. I will want to allow maybe 2 or 3 questions. I know we have not so much time, but at least get an opportunity to ask our panel a few questions. So if you would like to ask a question, please put up your hand. The mics will be coming to you. Any questions? Okay, allow me to ask maybe, okay, there is a question over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Butu Mngora from Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. My question goes to WRI, and this is in regards to the levy that the water service providers are charged. Ideally, the bigger portion of that levy is supposed to go back to the catchment areas for purposes of what now we are saying, feeding the cow. But you find that maybe something you can clarify. Out of whatever you correct, how much really goes back to improving the catchment areas? Because I think the situation has been, a lot actually goes into administrative cost at the WRI level.
Thank you very much. I think clarifying what you collect and what you use for the same. Thank you very much. Any other question? Yes, sir. I can see Professor there.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Jafet Onyando from Egerton University, and also I'm in the Catchment to Tap project. Now, yesterday when we were in the session of water resource presentation, we were told that the budget required for investments in water resources is 2,500 USD over the next 10 years. When I converted that, I found it was 400 billion for the next 10 years. On Monday, when we started the conference, we were told that there is NAWASIP, which requires investment of 995 billion. I've forgotten the period for that. So my question is this 400 billion for water resources part of the NAWASIP, which is now the framework for investment in the water sector? If it is not part of it, then how is it, what is the framework for raising this 400 billion for water resources, for investments in water resources?
Thank you, Prof. Any other question? Last one, please. Next to Prof, I can see somebody's hand there.
Good morning. One of the areas that is emerging in terms of recharging our streams.
Your name, please.
Sorry, my name is Bernard Bett from EcoVert Solutions, environmental technology company. So my question is, one of the areas that holds a future in terms of catchment recharge is ability to be able to use the wastewater that has been generated from the city, treated through decentralized wastewater treatment systems, and using to regenerate catchment areas, like recycling wastewater and then use it to plant, let's say, bamboos or napier grass along the streams, which are able to help in regenerating the streams and getting water flowing from our cities, which is clean. I don't know what WRA has considered or put in some measures to see if in future that can be an option in terms of recharging our streams.
Thank you very much. I can't see any. Okay, the last one then. Thank you very much. On my left, top. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Patrick Elube. Just learning from what we are seeing from the Ministry of Health, the way the volunteers, the community health volunteers now have been put, they have organized. There is a stipend that right now has been given to them. Something's coming from the national government, and we also, they have the governors and the county government also chipping in. I was trying to ask, we have these important people called the Ruas down who are supposed to be taking care of our catchment. I don't know whether there is any arrangement that we have for them, so that at least these people will be able to take care of these systems that we have, the catchments that we have, and also be sustainable, because we are realizing that, yeah, some of them are young, they are moving out of the catchment, going to do other things. Some of them, they can't even, they don't have even the knowledge, the capacity they don't have. So I'm just wondering what WARA is doing to them, so that at least this system can be sustainable, and we can have people at least on the ground who will help us even manage the catchment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to request now our team of distinguished panelists to respond to those questions, but also respond to my question number one. And because I see WRA is the recipient of most of them, allow me to start with Bwana Nyongesa to respond to the first question, and then the questions that have been highlighted. But the other panelists will also respond to some of the issues raised by from the floor. Over to you, Bwana Nyongesa.
Thank you so much, Jackson, and also the questions that have come on the floor. There are 3 in number. I think I will be able to try to address the 3. If you allow me to address them in sequence, I will begin with the first one, whereby my friend Mwaura from Nairobi Water and Sewerage and Sanitation Company asked about the levy. Now, I want to say that as WRA, we really understood that we needed to conserve and restore the catchments. As it was said, many of our water treatment plants usually suffer quite a lot when we have to incur costs in terms of buying chemicals to ensure that the water is satisfactorily treated. But we can still be able to minimize on the costs of the chemicals by conserving and protecting the catchments. So we have deliberately put a percentage within the regulations of the levy that we collect that should go back to the catchment. Now, what has happened is that in the catchment, we have now developed structures, and these structures revolve around what we are calling the Water Resource Users Associations. In the country, we now have 1,173 number water resources associations. They have already been mapped, and we are guiding them on the conservation and catchment protection measures. One thing we want to insist on is that we are trying to also have members who are also operating water service provision to be members of this particular RUA framework, so that they can be able to be part and parcel of the solution to our catchment. So rest assured, my brother, that we have already put in a percentage that will always be going to the catchment. At the moment, we just want to insist on that, but we want to request all investors to also be able to supplement whatever percentage we shall be blowing back to the catchment to be also supplemented by investors who are with us in this particular room. Thank you so much. Now, coming to the second question that is coming from Dan, I think you have asked about matters of the water that we are having in the form of waste. Waste is only waste when it is wasted, by the way. Otherwise, the water that we have is so useful to the extent that it can still be able to play other roles. As you have put it quite clearly, the kind of wastewater we get from waste treatment plants is not so much of a waste. That water has a bit of some nutrients, has a bit of what can still be used. And what we are emphasizing on is that, one, we can still be able to recycle this water. But how do we recycle? We have also to be aware of the pathogenic consequences. So we are insisting on satisfactory treatment of this wastewater before being reused. As you are quite aware, probably you find that some of the cooling plants that we have in industrial areas or whatever, they are recycling some of their decentralized wastewater for cooling purposes, because cooling purposes will not require so much of high standards of water quality. So that is an emphasis that we are also trying to pass it over to our other stakeholders, especially the RUAs and community forums that we engage with. Alupe, I want to appreciate your concern. One is that these RUAs that we do have, as I've mentioned, their number out there, we usually take them through a process of capacity building, enabling the management to be able to be aware of the efforts that they would have to play. We also try to integrate the youth, because we find the value of the youth in this management, whereby we want to plow into the digital space. Many of the youth are out there, and we are trying to entice them to be members of the RUA and try to integrate the indigenous knowledge, the traditional knowledge by the people who are a bit elderly, together with the youth, because at the end of it all, we want sustainability, and we cannot have sustainability if we don't bring the youth into this particular boat so that all of us can be able to look for the future. Thank you so much, and I tend to think these were the main questions I was to respond to. Thank you so much, Jackson.
Thank you very much, Bwana Nyongesa. A big clap for him. Let's now get back to WSTF. Mr. Willis Ombai. What is this one thing we can do? Thank you.
Thanks, Bwana Moderator. I think there is one question asked by Professor Onyando from Egerton, which has a lot to do with the financing and the framework, and particularly as outlined in NAWASIP. He said that the figures which have been given is close to 1 trillion to support basically water and sanitation. And I want to acknowledge that water resource is part of it. I think the only challenge is the reference years that we are making. NAWASIP makes reference to from 2023 to 2030. But Professor talked about 10 years. So I think that will take us, if the reference base year is 2023, then it will take us to 2033, which then can bring the variation in terms of the figures. I believe we have adequate, maybe for the sake of everyone around, we have soft copies of the NAWASIP, which is now the main policy, reference policy of the government in terms of financing of water and sanitation. And we'll want to encourage that since the CS launched this book again officially, that we take advantage of it. Secondly, Bwana Kiplagat, WSTF has, together with the ministry, organized this conference against the backdrop of the grim figures, the dire situation of financing. And so what we want everyone to live with here is how are we going to bridge the gap of financing. So for me, from where I sit, that is the biggest. And opportunities are there in the untapped climate change funds. Last year we had a huge delegation, and Kenya is known to have very huge delegation, so we must show results for the journeys and the negotiations that we have taken. And I think this will partly help to resolve or to support or to bridge in the gap that we have. So I think that is what I have to say lastly.
Thank you very much. That is the gap that we need to fill for the cow to give us the milk. Thank you very much, Mr. Ombai. Let's now go to Mr. Mbole. What is this one thing we must do?
Yeah, thank you Kiplagat and my colleagues. I think we need to start seeing how we can better leverage the resources that are available, first and foremost, and create better synergy between the different interventions, whether by state or non-state actors. So the need to be able to harmonize whatever investments that are being done is a key part of the conversation. But there's also the opportunity when we talk about climate finance. We have limited flows coming into Africa to support adaptation. Of the global flows, we are talking about just about 10% is what comes to Africa. Of that, 10% is what comes to support adaptation in Africa. Of that, only 5% goes to WASH, with a majority going to mitigation actions. So how do we build and increase the flow of resources in terms of climate finance that can then come to support WASH actions, and more importantly, adaptation WASH actions, which then means the whole question of sustainable water resource management then becomes a key part of that conversation. So how we package that and we present that is a key part of the conversation. I would like to give an example of an opportunity that we saw. Last year, the Regional Center of Groundwater, in collaboration with USAP and Rumble, did some managed aquifer recharge assessments for 2 locations in the coast. That is Tiwi Whalefield and Baricho. From the results they got, they were able to establish, at least for Tiwi, that they can increase the amount of water availability to Mombasa to a tune of almost 10 million cubic meters. Then the question then was, can you make a business case where an investor can put in money to then invest in that recharge intervention? And the question now we are now dealing with is, what is the vehicle? What is the policy framework? How does an investor in a recharge initiative recover what he has invested? And at what point will that amount be addressed? Now, looking at what is going on with the water purchase agreements that are being discussed now, for a dam, it'll be straightforward. How then do we deal with aquifer recharge, where you're able to demonstrate that there's that recharge additional that has come in? And I think the question then comes back to us to ask, first of all, how do we prioritize such kind of actions, number one, so that the aquifer recharge becomes a key part of the engagements. And I note with a lot of pleasure from the presentations done by WRA yesterday that managed aquifer has been given some prominence in the thinking in terms of the budget that they're talking about. But more importantly, we now want to ask, if an investor put in money to build an accelerated aquifer recharge investment, how then do we structure the payback to this person? What are the mechanisms? What are the modalities? And I think that's a matter for government then to think through how do you structure such kind of things. And maybe there's already conversations going on, but one hopes that this can become more and more integrated in the things that we're talking about.
Thank you very much. A big clap for our team of panelists. I think they've done a great job, and we seem to have a consensus that this cow must be fed, and must be fed with new ideas of how we can make it work, how we can do the mixes to make sure that we deliver the water at the tap, appreciating that this water comes from the catchment, and therefore safeguarding our future. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. I realize that time is up for us. And thank you very much, our team of panelists, Mr. Ombai, Mr. Nyongesa, and Mbole for the great presentations. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, our moderator and our team of panelists, for that insightful presentation, Q&A session. Of course, safeguarding our future. To what extent can we go in terms of our catchment areas? And it's some few minutes to 11, and we wish to finish a little bit earlier today, being a Friday. Also considering our brothers from the Muslim communities. Or community, please. I will try to push as much as possible. I know I've been hard on our moderator to ensure that at least we bring it to an end. We wish to break for tea break for only 15 minutes. 15 minutes. If you can pick and start moving in here, or take it with electric speed. And then we come back at exactly 11. Maybe around 11 or 11:10, eh? Yes, I know it's almost 11. So that we can come back and start our next session. We want to catch up with time so that at least by 3 p.m. we'll be doing our closing ceremony. We'll be doing our closing ceremony. So kindly let me request you. I know we are being too fast, but let's try to catch up, and we get some 15 minutes break. to pick and grab a cup of tea and some snacks. They are already just down here, and then we kindly come back. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much. By around in the next 10 minutes, I'll be whipping our delegates back to the amphitheater. Thank you. You can proceed.
Yeah, so maybe after this, the next sessions are breakout sessions. So there will be sessions here at the amphitheater. Give me the program. So, but then there will be other sessions. Let's just read out for you so that we don't get lost. So after the 15 minutes break, please let's go to our breakout sessions. And then we can allow, like yesterday, that we add a half an hour because we made you late. So the next session ends at 12:30, and the last session will end at 2:30. And then we can start our closing ceremony at 3, like Carlos has said. So for this particular time, the panel discussions that will be going on after this. Just a minute. This is not the right one. Yeah. So in the amphitheater, sector financing through capital markets. So those who want to discuss capital markets or listen about capital markets, please come back here after your tea at 11:10. 11:10. 11:10. All right. In Aberdare, we have challenges, barriers, and opportunities in sanitation financing. The USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project, Aberdare, in the Aberdare. And then strengthening the integrity framework in public-private partnerships will be in Lenana. That will be by Water Integrity Network. The earlier one is by USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project. And the last convener session, investing in women in water and sanitation business in Shimba. After that, at 12:30, amphitheater, USAID Western Kenya Water Project. So after that, in the amphitheater, USAID Western Kenya Water Project, that is at 12:30. Convener session 2 in Lenana, same time. Water and sanitation for all, bridging water and sewerage demand for Nairobi. Athi Waterworks Development Agency. Convener 3, positioning utilities for efficiency. Aberdare, WASPA session, and regenerating the Nairobi rivers. Regeneration of Nairobi rivers, Shimba, by the Nairobi Rivers Commission. Now, let me just say, if you go to a convener room and you wait for 10 minutes and you still can't see anyone, you can let us know. So maybe some of them will have cancelled. But as far as we know, all our conveners are available. Thank you very much.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. We're about to kickstart our program, so please settle down. Let's all take our seats. We want to delve into the conversation of plugging into the funding gap using capital markets. A polite reminder, if you're meant to make a presentation, please join us right here at the dais. We'll be starting shortly. Justice Agoti, if you're in the house, please make your way to the dais here, as well as Joseph Rono. If you're with us, please make your way here, please. We'd like to continue the program. And as we wait for that, I'd like to make a very quick announcement here. Those who wish to participate in the field visit by the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, which will be taking place in Mukuru Kwanjenga tomorrow, please ensure you register at the registration tents. Once again, those wishing to participate in the field visit by Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, which will take place tomorrow at Mukuru Kwanjenga, please make sure you register at the registration desk. Right, it looks like we are good to take flight. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We want to explore the subject of water sector financing through the capital markets. If you listen to the speeches and the presentations early in the day, a lot of focus was on the financing gap and how we can plug that. One of the solutions being explored is certainly in the capital markets. And by regional standards, Kenya has robust, deep, liquid capital markets. So over the next couple of minutes, we'll be venturing into that conversation. I'd like to remind all my speakers and presenters to be wary of the fact that we are here trying to redeem time. So let's keep our presentation succinct and to the point. Kicking off the stage this morning will be the Principal Secretary, State Department of Water and Sanitation. That is Julius Korir. So, you're welcome to make your opening remarks. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. I want to first recognize the presence of Ambassador from Netherlands and all the panelists who are here with me today. I'm also seeing a colleague from the County Pension Fund, CPF, and also some private sector. So with all the standing protocols, water is a key enabler of social and economic growth, needed as a raw material in some industrial processes or as a facilitating agent in others, while being necessary for good health and also propagating life. The availability of water is therefore key to the development of our country. The impacts of inadequate water are unbearable to cope with. This is a call for the sector to innovate in the management of water and sustainability in supply. The water sector faces challenges arising from the rapid population growth and increasing urbanization, increasing urbanization, which increases the demand for water and sanitation services. Population and degradation of the catchment areas, and I think the presentation earlier was talking to the danger and also the need to protect the water catchments. So the population and degradation of catchment areas that decrease the amount of water available for use is also contributing to the big challenge. And then the climate change, which increases the high variability in water resources availability. from extreme supply, which is destructive, to extreme lack, which also causes loss of life and also destruction of the livelihoods of people. Climate change has emerged as a pivotal concern as it threatens the existence of mankind in all spheres of life, with direct and indirect consequences to social, economic, and political fabric of people. The monetized losses incurred as a result of climate-related shocks is approximately 10% of the country's GDP, with the largest contribution in water and water-reliant sectors, including agriculture, energy, health, trade, and blue economy, among others. The slow recovery rate of these sectors due to the occurrence of frequent climate change risks is not only attributable to water sector's limitation in capacity to respond, but also the resulting impact of such shocks due to its vulnerability. The gaps in financing the sector have been enumerated, I think, since from the start of this event, and various methods of financing the gap has been proposed, including self-financing, PPP and PPPs, concessional loans, commercial financing, and grants. Funding the climate-related risks in the sector needs to be brought forth in the conservation of ensuring a water resource secure Kenya. Climate financing is therefore important in measures that will ensure climate mitigation and adaptation. Measures such as reducing the energy need for the thermal sources through solarization and ensuring water harvesting and storage infrastructure are not only built but also are climate proved. So funds such as green climate financing and financing locally led climate action programs are some of the funds that have come to fore when speaking to climate financing. Perhaps what is less spoken of is the prospect of green bonds. These are regular bonds geared exclusively towards projects that are the projects with environmental benefits, mostly related to climate change, mitigation or adaptation, but also to natural resources depletion, loss of biodiversity, and air, water, or soil pollution. Green bonds are an important channel for low carbon and climate resilient investments for supporting the transition to a sustainable economy. These bonds are a way for private investors in the context of capital markets to ensure that their investments are climate aligned while ensuring an increased participation in climate change oriented investors. So the government, in ensuring a comprehensive long-term roadmap for sustainable financing, ensuring a balance of environmental
to sewerage and 60% accessing non-sewerage or non-sewered sanitation. To achieve the SDG 6 targets under the Kenya Vision 2030, the water sector requires 100 billion annually. So far, the highest allocation has been Kenya shilling 70 billion, leaving a funding gap of 30 billion. At the same time, Kenya has been classified as a middle income economy, and traditional grants are dwindling, necessitating an exit strategy. It is against this backdrop that the Water Sector Trust Fund has embraced and has been implementing innovative financing models in order to bridge the funding gap and ensure adequate services for Kenya's population. Water Fund recognizes capital markets financing as one of the innovative avenues for sustainable revenue to the sector and collaboration with the private sector. We acknowledge the existence of various special purpose investments such as water bonds, green bonds, infrastructure bond. However, the uptake has been
limited. Thus, it is important that the sector institutions are capacitated and enabled to undertake these initiatives. The Water Sector Trust Fund has been involved in discussion with the Embassy of Netherlands on modalities of capital markets financing, specifically through the Kenya Pool Water Fund, which has been since posed for review. And at this time, Your Excellency, to recognize that some of the former colleagues in this program are also attending this conference. And they have given good inputs to the discussions which have been going on. These discussions reveal various ways in which the Water Sector Trust Fund can play a role in capital markets financing. One, as a sector financing institution, Water Fund in its strategic plan 2023-2027 has made provision for developing and participating in various capital markets products. Secondly, Water Fund will assess the role it can play to facilitate participation of sector institutions in capital markets. Under the Kenya Pool Water Fund, the role was foreseen to provide de-risking through a reserve account that would cushion utilities against liquidity challenges in settling their repayments, the bonds. Various discussions have been held with the capital markets and Nairobi Security Exchange in forums organized by our ministry to see how the water sector can benefit from capital market financing. Water Sector Trust Fund has participated in these forums and the discussions with the key stakeholders. Following the success of the result-based financing program at WSTF, the strength of that role is mainly in de-risking measures, development of customized products for the sector, and blending of public and private finance. The fund will also participate in the bond market in order to mobilize additional funds for activities within its mandate. Maybe just to emphasize that with the transition into Water Act 2016, the Water Fund became a financing institution and not just a mechanism through which we would convey funds from development partners. For that reason, we urge more dialogue between sector institutions and capital market financiers and facilitation support for practical steps in accessing capital markets financing. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Willis, for your remarks and pointing us to the interventions being made by the Water Sector Trust Fund. It's now time to listen to the ambassador from the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Kenya. That's Martin Brouwer. You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Julius Greer, Principal Secretary, State Department for Water and Sanitation. Willis Mbai, Chief Executive Officer of the Water Sector Trust Fund. Excellencies, friends, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm really delighted to be part of this landmark event in the water and sanitation. Let me begin by commending the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, Water Sector Trust Fund and the Council of Governors for organizing the broader Water and Sanitation Investors Conference and by thanking key stakeholders present here today. The WASEC conference indeed provides a collaborative platform with both public and private sectors and has the potential to unlock investment opportunities within the water sector. Through fostering such partnerships, sustainable advancements in water management and infrastructure development in Kenya can be realized, benefiting local communities and contributing to broader global efforts of water sustainability. In the recently published multi-annual country strategy of 2023 to 2026 for Kenya of the Embassy, our Embassy has identified 5 sectors being agriculture, logistics, energy, renewable energy, water, and life science and health, that will be critical in strengthening the economic relation between Kenya and the Netherlands from a trade and investment lens. But not only commercially, but also from the perspective of sustainable economic growth and leaving no one behind, the Embassy will identify opportunities in these sectors for enhancing trade and investments, addressing business climate related challenges, and supporting private sector development. The Netherlands plays a crucial role as a key partner for Kenya in innovative financing of the water sector. The Embassy is committed to assisting the government in addressing hurdles identified in the study on capital market financing for water and sanitation. The Netherlands will continue to support the government of Kenya in enabling commercial and capital market finance based on lessons learned from past and current programs, such as the Kenya Pooled Water Fund and the Kenya Innovative Financing Facility for Water. Furthermore, support will be provided to the government in establishing a finance strategy for water, including water resource management. Complementary to the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, the NABASIP, in close collaboration with multilateral agencies, development partners and donors. Closing the water sector financing gap requires bold measures to promote implementation and scaling of transformative financing solutions, such as local currency capital market financing and blended finance. Why local currency capital market finance? Well, locally currency finance in Kenya utilizes country's own currency to fund public services, tapping into local capital markets such as pension funds and insurance companies. This approach bridges funding gaps, stimulates economic growth, reduces reliance on foreign aid, and promotes financial inclusion, all while aligning with the local economy and reducing exchange rate risk and dependence on foreign currencies. Accessing the capital market is one of the various funding modalities that Kenya as a country and in particularly the domestic water and sanitation sector requires. Well-performing water service providers have been seen as candidates for assessing capital market finance for their infrastructure needs. These utilities may be able to meet capital market requirements relating to financial reporting, track record, regulatory disclosure, and reporting requirements. From past experience, it has become clear that further de-risking would still be needed for water and sanitation transactions, and this is where guarantee mechanisms and technical assistance facility by development partners matter. Let me make an important point here. The water sector can actually benefit a lot from the disciplinary modalities of financing that coming from financial markets. And that disciplinary modalities are needed to come to more efficient and effective provision of water. So going back to the guarantee mechanisms and technical assistance facilities, insights and lessons learned from the Water Finance Facility and Kenya Pooled Water Fund have been key in informing two water financing initiatives involving Kadano development. First is the Kenyan Water Service Provision private placement. Kadano Development is establishing the Dhamana Guarantee Company in Kenya, nearing completion of capital raising. It aims to guarantee loans for water service providers, including potential private placement loans. Kadano Development is collaborating with the Netherlands Embassy to apply lessons from the Kenya Pooled Water Fund and provide technical assistance. The second is the Urban Water Catalyst Initiative. Co-funded by the Netherlands, this initiative supports urban utilities to enhance creditworthiness and provide loans or guarantees. Kadano Development shared the water financing facilities lessons with the team of the Urban Water Catalyst Initiative and seeks further involvement in addressing challenges. The Netherlands, through existing platforms such as the Netherlands Water Partnership, instruments and programs such as Partners for Water and Private Sector Development, continues to actively lobby for the transfer and internationalization of Dutch knowledge, expertise, infrastructure and technology in the water sector to Kenya, creating a solid roadmap for Dutch private sector involvement in providing solutions. As a partner in solving global challenges together, facilitating access to water and sanitation will lead to business opportunities and interventions, and in the process also lead to job creation, livelihood improvement, economic development, and poverty reduction. The Dutch water sector's expertise, knowledge, innovative technologies, and international reputation provide a substantial competitive advantage, making the Netherlands a pivotal player in addressing global water challenges. And that applies also to Kenya. Good traction has been made so far in promoting trade and investments between Kenya and the Netherlands, with several key water projects gaining Dutch project consortium interest, such as the Navasha Economic Zone Water Supply and Sanitation Project and the rehabilitation of colonial dams. The Kenyan water and sanitation sector faces emerging trends as decreasing concessional financing from development partners, as the country has transitioned to the lower middle income status. This reduction may adversely affect grant financing support from bilateral partners, widening the gap between current investments and the needed capital for achieving targets by 2030. To address this challenge, Kenya must explore innovative financing mechanisms and foster partnerships between public and private sectors, and we heard already the commitments made to that. Collaboration with development partners and multilateral institutions will be crucial in mobilizing resources and ensuring continued progress towards universal access to clean water and sanitation. Provide strides to have so far been made to strengthen regulatory landscape to facilitate public-private partnerships in the water sector. The gazettement of the public-private partnership regulations, introduction of inflation indexing for water tariffs by the Water Service Regulatory Board to support commercial finance, and the proposed amendments to the Water Act are commendable steps in fostering collaboration between government and private entities. These regulatory enhancements create an enabling environment for the implementation of the PPP projects, which have the potential to address critical needs such as industrial water supply, wastewater treatment plants, non-revenue reduction initiative, and dam construction. We applaud the Ministry and the government for their proactive approach in driving these regulatory reforms, which will undoubtedly contribute to sustainable development of the water sector in Kenya. In conclusion, it is evident that addressing the challenges in the water sector requires collective efforts and innovative financing solutions. The Kenya Pooled Water Fund, alongside initiatives like KIFWA and the Sustainable Water Fund, exemplify the power of collaboration between public and private entities in mobilizing resources for water infrastructure development. As we move forward, let us remain committed to leveraging these partnerships and financing mechanisms to bridge the investment gap, enhance water security, and achieve the sustainable development goals. By working together and prioritizing sustainable practices, we can ensure access to clean water and sanitation for present and future generations. Thank you for your attention and continued dedication to advancing water sector development. I'm sure together we can make a lasting impact on the well-being of communities and the preservation of our planet's most precious resource. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Let's once again appreciate all our opening speakers. That was beginning by PS Julius Korir. Let's appreciate them. And as we do that, I'd like to take this opportunity to usher PS Julius Korir and the Ambassador to the back here, since they will not be in the next segment of our engagement. We thank you so much for your opening remarks. We thank you for your insight. Please, you're free to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to get into a number of presentations, actually just 4 presentations, and we shall be now unpacking based on what we have received from the opening scene setting here. First on set will be the market regulator. We are all talking about capital markets. The Capital Markets Authority of Kenya is here with us, and Mr. Justice Agoti, who is a Senior Manager for Market Development, will be making a presentation to us, giving us insight into what it takes to go to market. Right from the time when you have structured your product, you have ensured it's investable case, and then you take it to market and you're hoping for investor appetite. Please just take your seat there. He will be speaking to, be giving us a highlight of policy and regulation requirements around capital market products to actualize investments in the water sector. Justus, let me move this laptop close to you. Tech team, are we ready to fire the slides on the screens? Are we good to go? We're ready to go. Justus, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julians, and we appreciate getting this opportunity to talk about what capital markets can do in supporting the water sector. Just as an opening remark, I think we take for granted the importance of water across the world. In fact, when people go to the moon, what they first search for is water, because when there's water, there's life. And therefore, we need to secure all our resources to ensure that whatever little water we have as a country, we secure it. And there has been a lot of discussion and talk on exactly what we could do to ensure that our catchment areas are secure. And for capital markets, our interest is in supporting the market to ensure that then we are able to secure these water catchment areas and also ensure that supply of water to all who require the same is done. So just as a brief, Capital Markets Authority is a regulator in Kenya. We have a number of players within the capital markets industry. And major would be the regulator, CMA. We have the Nairobi Securities Exchange. We have those who we call intermediaries, those who usher you into capital markets. We also have the settlement institution. So once you buy shares or bonds, then you can be able to have that in a registry that supports the whole process of ensuring your instruments or securities are secure. Let me fast forward to our presentation today. And the starting point is around definitions. I think there's a lot of confusion that usually happens in terms of understanding. So what are capital markets? What are money markets? And how do the two differ? So capital markets are just like any other market. So imagine the market for carrots or oranges or potatoes. It's very much the same, only that in this case, we are dealing with special commodities or instruments we call shares and bonds and derivatives. And as they say, once you have interest in something, to get a bit more knowledge on it, you surely will be able to access that knowledge. So I challenge all of you here today, when you're hearing in TV a talk about financial markets, please take a keen interest and you'll pick one or two things over time, and it's for your benefit, especially in the long term. So what is the difference between capital markets and money markets? Essentially, capital markets are markets for long-term borrowing and lending. So if you want to access money from a period of 1 year and above, you come to capital markets. But if you want to access money for a period of less than 1 year, then you go to the banking sector. So in the banking sector, the regulator there is a central bank. In capital markets, the regulator is Capital Markets Authority, who I'm representing here today. So in the presentation, you can see there are instruments, or can I call them products, that are usually traded in capital markets. Very similar to what you have in the money markets. We talk about the forex market where there's an exchange of various currencies. In capital markets, we have stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and others. Of course, if you are interested in the same, there is information on the internet. You can also walk to the CMA or to the NSC. The numbers are usually on the website. You can get the same. So in terms of risk, capital markets are considered usually compared to money markets a bit riskier. Why? Because if you buy shares, there are no guarantees that those shares are going to go up in price. But the moment they go up in price, of course you benefit more, which means the higher the risk, the higher the return. So if you put your money in a bank account, on average you'll be getting between 2 and 3% today. But if you purchase a bond, you'll be getting an average between 17 and 18%, which is a difference you need to appreciate, because as we have just said, yes, there is an element of patient capital, so you stick in there for a longer time compared to money markets. But then sometimes the returns are worth the wait. Quickly to issues to do with the purpose of capital markets is to ensure then that that patience comes in, because, for example, the moment you invest in a bond, usually bonds are longer than 1 year. So you have to stick in there for that period. And as you wait, then there is what we can call a constant flow, or can I say periodic flow of funds or returns to yourself because of your investment. Let me go forward and talk a bit about the requirements to join capital markets, specifically for issuers. So if you want to borrow money from capital markets, there is a process you have to follow, because we usually say every game has rules. So in our case here, the thing to look at is we have various segments, and you can join capital markets through various channels. So we have what you can see there, MIMS. MIMS is the main investment market segment. This is like for the top-notch companies who want to invest in capital markets. Then we have the SME segment. And the requirements differ depending on which market segment you want to join. Why we have tried to, can I say, divide our market into various segments is because we want to address the needs of all stakeholders. So you would find that the capital requirements, the requirements on free float. Free float means if you're investing, or if you, for example, an issuer, how many shares at a very minimum can you put into the market to sell to investors? That's what it means when you talk about free float. So without having to go into the detail of the table, what you need to appreciate is that capital markets are there for you. And the technical jargon you see there is usually very simple, especially if you have interest in the same. Just, either call CMA or talk to some of the brokers in the market. They will be able to explain to you bit by bit what all these terminologies mean. Yeah, so next would be the issue of fixed income. Just to explain a bit about what bonds do, so that then you can appreciate what is happening. You see, when you want money, there are various ways you could access that money. You can either approach your friend, you can approach a bank, you can also win a lottery if you are lucky enough. But the baseline is you want money, for example, to support your business. So for capital markets, what we do is you only come to capital markets when you want money that is more than 1 year. And I said patient capital. And there's documentation you have to put together in order for you to be able to access this money. So if it's the water sector, for example, and I had the water fund presenter talk about now the mandate of it being broadened, so then it can provide what we could call local currency support for raising capital. The ultimate is you to put together documentation and the same is very clearly laid out in our regulations. Once that documentation is approved, then you are good to go and you raise capital from investors, people who have money and want to give you the money. Importantly, as an issuer, you need to, if you want to enhance your issuance, so then people get more interested in your issuance, if you are doing a bond, you can do a rating so that, for example, if it's the water fund, you get an institution that says how liquid and credible are you as a potential issuer. Once you get that rating, it enhances the process of you issuing because investors can bank on the fact that you've been rated to give you money. So there are issues around debt ratios, the size of the issue, minimum lot size. So all that is just technical language to tell you there are minimum requirements you need to meet for you to be able to access the capital market. So that figure you can see there is just indicating what the exact process is. Essentially, as you can see there, you start with getting a board resolution that says you are interested in raising capital through capital markets. That is an evidence that you have the commitment to do it. Second step would be getting consent from the relevant entities. Of course, if, for example, you're in the water sector, there are regulators, there are various stakeholders who would be interested. There are creditors, for example, some if they are substantial in your book, then you have to have a word with them. Thereafter, you get to appoint transactional advisors, step number 3. Then you prepare what we call an information memorandum, which is like the contractual document that indicates exactly what you do, what risks you could face, and how you plan to mitigate them. All issues around, so what is the management of this potential issuer, who are the key directors of the company and all that. Then number 5, you submit this documentation to the CMA for consideration. Then thereafter, number 6, once you get approval from CMA, you then open the offer. Usually, the offer is open for about 2 weeks. Opening the offer means you are opening up the issuer to receiving funds that would be used to finance, for example, a water project. Thereafter, you ultimately get to finish it by receiving the funds you had wanted to receive, and then you pay periodic payments to the person who has given you the money. In this case, the person who has given you the money is the investor, and you are the borrower when you are the issuer. It's a fairly straightforward process, especially if you have an interest in it. You realize we have had government raise funds in our market for a while now. The latest was the infrastructure bond, which raised over 200 billion shillings in just a month. So there's no doubt there are funds in this market. And also, not discouraging you from putting your funds in the banking sector, but it is good to diversify. Once you get interested, you'd realize you can actually get a better return in capital markets than putting your funds in some of these institutions. They say knowledge is power, and therefore, just be yearning to get that knowledge, and you'll be surprised how far it will take you. That figure there just shows the capacity of capital markets and what we've been able to do over time. I haven't put the latest bond, infrastructure bond there, but I can guarantee you that government has been one of the most active participants as a borrower from capital markets. And I'm sure that there are a few people here who have actually given government money through bonds. And this happens every month. So there is no excuse to say, well, the funds are, or the borrower has not come to market. If you have a few coins, and the minimum usually is, I think, 50,000 shillings, I am sure there is nobody here who cannot raise 50,000 to invest. Am I right? Am I right? Okay, you're not too sure, but I know you can think of it. Yeah, so it's possible to do all that. You just need to take the first step, And as you learn along, you'd realize that it's actually possible to make an investment return, both from an issuer's perspective for those in the water sector and from the investor's perspective for us here who are potential individual investors. I want to end it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Many thanks for that presentation, giving us the mechanics around how the capital markets work, the requirements, and some of the disclosure that would be needed for you to go to market. Next, we have Rob Winters. Now that we've discussed the market, let's discuss how we structure the products, and that's why Rob is here with us. Please, you want to stand or sit? Sure, you can. You can still sit, and I'll just help you navigate with the... Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just to start off, all protocols observed as well. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to present here. I was part of the team from Rebel Group that developed the capital markets financing roadmap together with the ministry, with engineer Django, who's going to present most of that, of the roadmap and the progress on that. So I will actually also take this opportunity now to present something which I am very passionate about and which then relates to the capital market financing and especially local currency financing for water projects. Before I go into the project, I want to take one step back. So there is a huge challenge, and figures have been discussed today. I've heard different figures for the same challenge, but we all agree that it's a huge challenge. But we all agree that it's a huge challenge. So there's approximately 652 billion needed for water and sanitation up to 2030. So this means that the Kenyan government can absolutely not be the only one investing in this sector, and private financing and funding will be needed as well. So we're looking at those alternatives, and we are passionate about using those alternatives in the projects that we do. As I mentioned, the capital market financing roadmap is something that the Kenyan government is pushing, and we feel that can have a huge impact down the road. We will focus now on how you can use local currency financing in a different way already, ahead of that capital market financing window. Then I'll move on to the next slide because Engineer Chengo will present this slide about the roadmap. What we are currently doing is we're working on a bulk water project in Nafasha. So the investments are needed in water and sanitation, in bulk water, sewerage, also water resource management, of course, but we are focused on water and sanitation. And if you look at Nafasha as a specific case, if you look at Nafasha as a specific case, that Nafasha currently has a water supply of around 18,000 cubic meters. Obviously, there is a latent demand as everywhere, meaning that if there is not enough water, then people can also not use it. So if you would make more water available now, people would use more water. There is more future demand because of economic growth, industrialization, and urbanization. And the increase in the next few years in Nafasha that is needed in terms of bulk water supply is staggering. It's a total of up to 160,000 cubic meters that is needed in 2030, which is why we've started under a lot of pressure with a consortium. It's Royal Haskoning and Rebel and FAI, supported by KIFA, who are now conducting the pre-feasibility study for this and looking at what could be potential sources of water in this region. That is the map that's shown on the right. So the industrialization leads to a water supply demand south of Nafasha, whilst the urban supply demand is more along the lake. And for both challenges, we want to find a solution in our feasibility study, and we want to actually also implement this. We want to do this using a PPP model, and there was a very technical slide, so probably that's the reason that it's not here anymore, but we explained the PPP structure. The government currently has a focus on the PPP model, and it was also mentioned by the ambassador. The PPP model that we want to implement is quite similar to the Kigali bulk water PPP. Also alluding to what the ambassador said, in projects like this, we shouldn't shy away from using supporting instruments. One of the things we want to do here is using local currency. That is not done a lot in PPP projects, but we want to do that also to mitigate the FX risk in the project. Then secondly, we are looking at a refinancing guarantee. We are looking at an offtake guarantee, but the starting point for us is that this project will not cost the government a structural budgetary allocation. So the revenues of the project should be sufficient to cater for last mile connection, to cater for distribution, to cater for the bulk water supply. So that is key in this project. And all these risk mitigating instruments are definitely needed because we all want to see private financing in the sector. And if you look at the successful examples, then they have combined all the available instruments. And in a sector that is as high risk, it's perceived as high risk by investors, we feel that we now have the instruments to leverage the capital of the private investors into these projects. We're building a portfolio. The one I was just showing is Nafasha, but we are building a portfolio with our partners. And the timeline for this is that we want to reach financial close a year from now. We've been saying that for a few months, so that effectively buys us time. But we still want to reach it early next year, so early 2025, and then start construction also in 2025. Now, let's simplify it a little bit and look at two phases. One is the phase where we do the feasibility study. So the current phase. The second phase is the structuring phase. If you look at the feasibility phase, then the key success factors there are strong government buy-in. We feel we have this. We're working closely together with the Kenyan government on this. And that's important, and that will also speed up all the approvals. Then we need the support of development partners. There is currently, the track record is not there yet, so there are currently no private companies who invest in this completely at risk. So the developers like us need to be partly de-risked. Then the other thing is the market interest. We are already in this early stage couching whether the market is interested in uptaking these solutions that we propose, in constructing these. And obviously there should be a clear need for the water, because so often also in power we've seen this in the region, but also in Europe, in Asia where we do projects, we've seen that sometimes the power producer doesn't necessarily bother too much about the need, as long as he has the offtake agreement. In this case, we are very concerned about this because we know it's not a sustainable model if we cannot guarantee the need for it. Then we have to look at an efficient technical solution. So of course, an environmentally sustainable solution as well, but it should be an efficient solution because otherwise the price of water for Kenyans has to increase, which is of course what we want to avoid. We want a realistic tariff for a project like this. Then in the structuring phase, I already mentioned we have to limit, and if there is still an FX risk, we have to mitigate that. But by using local currency, that can already be mitigated partly. Then there is an opportunity for us to use viability cap funding. We are in discussions with a Dutch development bank also who is able to provide this, which would again keep the tariff affordable for Kenyans. Then a guarantee on the refinancing is something we want to use, which we see as a key success factor there. And a solution for the demand risk or the offtake guarantee, so that the private sector is certain when it invests a lot, and we're talking about between 50 and 100 million USD here. The private sector needs to be sure that they can recoup that investment. Finally, so looking at the capital market financing roadmap and the way we are implementing it now in our projects, I want to emphasize private capital has a very important role to play in the water and sanitation sector. But the different segments, so bulk water and, for example, and last mile connection, they require different solutions. For last mile connection, it's definitely useful to look at solutions like capital market financing if you can bundle the projects. In bulk water, we can look at project financing as a solution. Then currently for PPPs, there's a lot of traction. There is a lot of experience in other countries, and that can all be used with the tools that are available to make these successful transactions. So the key is to have the efficient solution and limit the viability gap to a level where the investment becomes interesting for investors. And also viability gap funding funds. By reducing non-revenue water, manage the demand risk, implement tariffs that are justified price charge for water service to cover the reasonable cost of providing the service. It's a long sentence, but it's from the WASREP website, and it actually covers it really well. And that would give the private sector some space to implement projects. Be profitable while keeping water affordable. That is what I wanted to emphasize here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rob. Let's appreciate his presentation. I want to quickly transition over the next 5 minutes to Engineer Chengo, who will take the next 5 minutes to just walk us through a high-level highlight of study findings and recommendations about going to market. So maybe let me just move this laptop to you.
Thank you very much. I want to share the findings of an initiative that the ministry, together with the department, with the support of the Netherlands and the Watts and Development Partners Group, did try to tap resources of the capital market, which was not fully actualized. We just want to share with you what are the findings after about 5 years of an attempt to structure an initiative to tap into the capital market. We were not able to fully actualize that, and we did then decided that let's look at what are the issues that we need to address for us to be able to actualize that particular process. So through the Kenya Pooled Water Fund, we targeted at mobilizing about 10 billion shillings from the local markets, and we structured through a steering committee and a technical committee to look at what we need to do. With the technical support of the Netherlands team, we were able, between 2017 and 2021, with the engagement of 14 water service providers, we were able to develop a pipeline of projects which were valued at 75 million US dollars by the end of the program. We didn't actually actualize the issuing of a bond, and but through our market sounding, we were able to come to a conclusion that investors were willing to invest in this in a well-structured water sector instruments. But since we were not able to actualize that, we said then let's look at what we need to do as a sector to be able to tap into that process. So we did a study to look at what was required, and I'm sharing with you what the findings of the study were. So I've mentioned that we wanted to find out what we needed to do, and the background has been given, the financing gap issue that was there as a sector. We wanted to look at alternative financing options to be able to fill in the gap that since Wednesday has been articulated very well by the various stakeholders. So let me skip that. It has been also discussed by the team from CMA. So another aspect that we really looked at is that since it has been identified under the NAWASIP process that the capital market finance is one of the options that we have, we really wanted to find out then how do we actualize that financing line. So we did that study, and what came out very clearly, there are some challenges. There are some challenges in terms of tapping into the capital market financing, and this is what I want to really emphasize on. One of the issues that was that the security of public resources and clarity of the legacy debts. There's still an issue around the legacy debts held by utilities, and this has to be clarified, and this was a very big issue that came up when you were discussing how sustainable, how sound are the water service providers' financial statements. So we agreed that as a part of that, we need to clarify on that legacy debt, and there's been some efforts to be able to come to a conclusion. And through this process, what we did is that we had a task force that looked into the legacy debt issue, and we prepared a CAM memo where we expect that we'll get a decision in terms of the legacy debts as an issue. In our study also, we came to a conclusion that there was some perception about the cost of money from the capital market finance. I'm trying to get to the correct slide. Yes, that's the slide. There was a perception of the cost of a capital from the capital market financing. And we are proposing that we'll have a blended financing solutions and actually trying to explain the true costs of the financing as part of our going forward in trying to enhance the capture of, in getting money from the capital market. There was an issue around the capacity of the sector to borrow. That was identified as an issue. And we are proposing that there has to be a very strategic process of building capacity to ensure that the government of Kenya and the development partners are able to support the transactions. And this we have to structure the best way forward. There was an issue about whether all the stakeholders, all the way from community to water service providers to county governments, are aligned to the full process of the capital market financing process. Guidelines as given by the CMA team. And we agreed that there needs to be very strategic engagement process between the ministry, the stakeholders, the National Treasury and the agencies, particularly CMA, to work together to make that particular process possible. And lastly, we identified as an issue about the regulatory and legal environment to accommodate the CMF for the water sector. And we agreed that we have to look at the current regulatory framework in the sector and ensure that it really aligns to the overall capital market financing framework. And this will require us to fully look into alignment to what the CMA regulatory frameworks look like. So just on that slide, one issue that we wanted to highlight, and we want to seek clarification, is to confirm that a loan provided to a water service provider by the service special purpose vehicle is a non-recourse. Is it really a public debt? Or can we entirely look at securing that through the revenues? And I think this is where we need quite a formal policy position from the National Treasury to be able to come to a conclusion, because it was always a very controversial issue that we needed to work on. Because some school of thought argue that the loans will not have any, there will be no need for any government guarantee if we base it on revenues from water service providers. So this is an issue that clearly was a big issue, and we need to really look into that. So this is in terms of moving forward. We really need to address those policy issues and regulatory issues that I've talked about, ensure that the government alignment, commitment, and policies are fully support the water sector to move into the capital market financing. And this will be very key. Among them, again, solving the legacy debt issue. Also, we agree that for our sector, for it to be fully compliant and to ensure that the investors understand the sector, we have to fully develop the financing strategy for water. Then, looking at the next steps, again, we need to fully develop, design, and put up bankable projects that can be able to be represent a bankable project for the investors to be able to agree to fund or to invest in. And thirdly, we have, based on that, then fully agree on developing, based on some of those clarifications, the full CMF WASH implementation plan. One other thing where they're close to just clarify is that in the long term, we have to agree on how we support water utilities in their investment planning process. What happens when you are doing the development phase, we really developed with full support of a very sound technical, financial teams. We were able to do very sound projects. What happened along the way, in the lack of a better word, some of the development partners hijacked those particular projects. They went into the normal bilateral support. And this going forward will be a very big issue that we need to address to see how we structure our financing strategy. Saying that maybe the most sound utilities should basically look into the capital and other commercial entities, but our bilateral loans and grants should go basically to those less credit worth utilities. Thank you very much. Let me stop at this point.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Engineer Chengo for that. Very quickly, he has given us some flavor around some of the recommendations of the way forward. Why don't we now discuss a case in point which is actually in the pipeline? I want to invite Joseph Rono, the Group Executive Director, CPF, to make a very brief presentation because we are really pressed for time. Joseph, karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you, Julian, and allow me to perhaps stand on an already established protocol so that at least we're able to save more time for this discussion. Maybe moving on to the first slide in terms of our institution. We are basically one of the few institutions in this country which basically manages long-term funds. We have a combined portfolio right now of close to 200 billion shillings, with around half of that coming from our captive market, which is counties and water utility companies. So the general feeling is that we need to see how to pay back perhaps in form of investments. And one of the spaces which we have identified that we can participate in developing some of these utility companies is on development of green bonds, which I think Julius has spoken to it more or less in details in terms of the entire process. Just to mention again, I think one of the key ingredients which has been lacking in our market in terms of the success of any bond in this market is a guarantee facility. And happy to mention that we are part of the discussion which His Excellency Ambassador spoke about in establishment of a guarantee facility for this market, that is the MANA. So we are currently in discussion with Cardano and the other big players in terms of putting up that facility. So in terms of what we are trying to do with one of the utility companies based in North Rift part of Kenya, that is Uasin Gishu County to be more specific, we have a WSP in Uasin Gishu called Eldowas, which is basically the water utility company in that particular space. So what are we trying to do with the utility company? We are basically trying to establish for them a green bond with the main objective in terms of the deployment of funds, which is to improve transmission capacity of one of the big dams they are getting their water from, that is Chebara Dam, which then feeds into Chebara Kapsoya transmission main line. In terms of what exactly needs to be done on that particular project, the intention is to do an installation of parallel lines to enhance the flow capacity of the pipeline. The maximum dam yield as of today is around 34,000 cubic meters, while the design production is roughly around 28,000 cubic meters per day. But the current water supply which we are getting from that dam is around 22,500. So the restriction really is on this transmission line. Perhaps moving on to the next slide, in terms of a bit of summary about the green bond. What is the social impact, first of all, because I think a lot of pension funds managing long-term funds like us have realized that for a long time we've been chasing profit, but then when you return back home, you realize that you've actually lost the world in view of chasing profit. So what we are basically trying to do is to do an investment which has social impact. So this particular line will have an impact in terms of bringing on board around 8,000 new connections. That part of the world, we average family size to be around 5. So with a multiple of 5 on that, we are then going to have around an impact of around 40,000 individuals. Part of the strategy, of course, is again to deal with the elephant in the room for all water utility companies, which is the non-revenue water, which currently stands at around 32%. In terms of the dynamics around that space, we have around 59% of Eldoret town, which is one of the cities here in Kenya, using what we call piped water, while the 41% use water which have very high health hazard. I know you can imagine the source. So part of the strategy then will be to push up that figure of 59% to something close to 100% through this particular initiative. In terms of this will be the first exposure on green bond for the WSP, which of course shall be then a green bond that will be issued through the capital markets. And of course, we'll have limited, because it will be addressing some of the limited financing options that the water service companies do have. In terms of this bond offering, I think I've already spoken about the purpose. Of course, the whole intention end of day is to really fund a sustainable water infrastructure, which is really for us, which is aligned to Eldowas. And then the target amount, the ticket size for this bond is around 700 million shillings, perhaps excluding the soft cost, which we are currently crunching through the numbers. And then, of course, I've already talked about the use of proceeds. Perhaps what is so beautiful about the green bond, which I think has been mentioned by the other panelists, of course, we are raising capital for Eldowas, which of course we believe this will contribute to environmental and sustainability within Uasin Gishu County. We believe this particular investment is definitely going to mitigate climate change. because the outcome of that is that it's definitely going to really significantly increase green area around Eldoret by making sure that water is available. And then, of course, for purpose of market, which Julius had spoken about, for us as pension funds, we are struggling sometimes to really get proper deployment of funds. There are very limited investment opportunities which are available in this market. So we believe this will go hand in hand in market development and growth, hence increasing the aspect of green finance market in this particular market. And then, of course, issue of increased focus on ESG, that is very key to us. And then, of course, these green bonds really demonstrate for us as an institution our commitment to really corporate social responsibility. What are some of the key other factors which are likely to come into play on this particular bond? We are currently operating in an environment where the interest rates are significantly quite high, so that is, of course, poised to be one of the big challenges. The issue of the cost of inflation, especially on construction costs, the estimate of 700 million shillings was done, I think, around 3 years ago. There's a possibility the true cost now could be slightly higher than that. And then, of course, issues of proposed funding in new concepts is something which many investors might shy away from. Of course, one of the other key challenges is which we will need to address as we move towards implementation is the project implementation timelines. And then, of course, the issue of credit worthiness to make sure that when the bond is ready, it's going to attract uptake from the market in terms of the credit worthiness. Allow me not to speak to the slide before that. I think Julius has spoke about that in terms of the issuance process. But of course, I must mention that we are still at the stage of really conducting a lot of feasibility studies, trying to look at what are the other underlying factors which we need to put into consideration while developing this particular bond. In terms of the potential impact, I think this is fairly obvious. In terms of social, you've seen it's going to improve access to clean drinking water. In terms of the environment, of course, water is really a carbon sequester, which, of course, we will then play a role in reducing carbon emission. And then, of course, through irrigation, it can improve agroforestry activities, which then, of course, improve the carbon footprint. In terms of economic, how does this particular project impact the Eldoret region? One is we are going to improve Eldoret's financial position as an institution, because any institution associated with issuance of the bond, there'll be a lot of cleanup, especially on things to do with their balance sheet, making sure that they are credit-worthy institutions. So we believe that is going to have a significant impact. We believe this will create opportunities through agricultural activities, especially things touching on employment. And then finally, just my last slide, I think Julius had also spoken about some of the green bonds which have been issued in the market, whether here or globally. I think in 2017, World Bank did issue quite a number of green bonds, which then those funds went towards investment in activities which have positive climate impact. And then Econ, on the other hand, I think were very successful in issuance of their bond, which went towards development of affordable accommodation for students. So in conclusion, as CPF, we will assume one of the roles which will include transaction advisory, just making sure that the transaction is structured properly to attract not just ourselves in terms of deployment of funds, but also to be able to provide other capital. We'll also be the promoter and the underwriter, especially on the uptake side, because we have sufficient capital which can participate in this particular space. Thank you. Thank you, Julian.
Thank you, Joseph, for that presentation of a potential issuance. Thank you so much for the insights. I'm sure we can have so much debate around the pricing, but maybe time does not allow. We have only 2 minutes left, and I want to invite 2 gentlemen on stage. One, and the first one, is Ernest Poku, Executive Director, Africa Water Infrastructure Development Limited. And the second one is Robert Bunyi, Independent Consultant, Kenya Pooled Water Fund. So please, make your way here. Just, I hope we can keep it a minute each, and we'll be done. Thank you. Robert?
Thank you, moderator. I welcome the opportunity to speak at this event. It's been a very productive couple of days. I've learned a lot about the water sector in Kenya. Let me say that Africa Water Infrastructure Development is an independent water producer focused on producing water in Kigali. We operate the Kigali bulk water treatment plant, and also in Egypt, where we have a number of desalination operations. We're very keen as a new platform funded by Matito and British International Investment to get involved in a number of new projects across Kenya. And we have risk capital able to invest at the very earliest stages of a project and be a part of the PPPs moving forward. We think that organizations like ours, and not just ours, will be an important part of bridging the 652 billion Kenyan shilling gap that we have in Kenya, and we look forward to being a part of that journey moving forward. Thank you.
Robert, sorry, it looks like I'm ambushing you.
Thank you very much. I was the managing director of Kenya Pooled Water Fund between 2017 and 2023. And what I'll do is I'll share with you 1, 2, 3, maybe even 5 points that we should all take home with regards to capital market financing. The first, let's remember that our water companies are small. The potential loans, borrowed money that each water company can absorb is low. Yet on the reverse side, the bond market is large. So the bond market wants a bond of $50 million, but our borrowers can borrow 1 million, 2 million. So the solution is that we have to pool a group of borrowers together and issue one aggregate bond whose proceeds are spread amongst the borrowers. The second thing, tariff level. The water utilities have to implement a tariff that affords them enough free cash flow to repay the bond. That is critical. The good thing in Kenya is that we have got the regulatory process of adjusting tariffs, having those tariffs even registered in the Kenya Gazette, and those tariffs should reflect all costs of operation plus capital. So what we need to do is to get the water utilities to adopt these tariffs that will cover the bond costs, the loan costs. Number 3, I think what we want to develop is a capital market for water. But this has to interface with the development financial institutions' activities in our water sector. So we have to marry the two. I would put it to you that the development finance institutions should focus on policy development. One, in the areas of tariff, educating our county governments that own these entities why a good tariff is good for the utilities and it's good for the borrower and the lender. And number 2, there are other institutional development activities that have to happen at the water company to ready them for borrowing. For instance, in the financial markets, we need international financial reporting standards. We need the accounts to be audited regularly and on time in line with international financial standards. Our utilities do not all consistently follow this. So there's some development work required there. In terms of public participation, where in my own experience, what I witnessed, as long as the public is educated and informed about these projects that are proposed, they are willing to absorb the higher tariffs for water, if required, so long as the project is delivered and that the water service levels are high. Now, we have talked about risk mitigation for the investors. You all know about guarantees. we certainly need financial guarantees. But in addition to that, what we did at the Kenya Pooled Water Fund is that there were a number of financial structuring things we put in place that reduce the risk for the investors. The first is pooling. So when you put the loans into one basket, there are a number of individual risks in that basket. So an investor is not exposed to one specific utility, it's a number of utilities shared. So the risk is not so high. Number two, we had a liquidity reserve. This liquidity reserve was a cash pot that was financed by the government and also a development finance partner, which would provide interim payment support in case a water company was unable to meet, let's say, last month's payment. This is a critical feature. Number three, there were various controls on the use of funds to ensure that the funds went to the project that were structured into the loan agreements. Number four, there were repayment ring fencing so that the repayments were collected on a monthly schedule, although the payments to the bondholders were then paid on a 6-month schedule. That allowed us not to have the water company, actually the repayments were were structured to be paid daily. So the idea was that the money would be aggregated over time and the borrowers would have a chance to see that this water company is slowly building up the money to be paid at the next 6-month point, so that it's not a surprise. Those are financial structuring things that you can do. So, in conclusion, what's my message? My message is that there is an opportunity for the development finance world and the private financing world to come together. There are various activities that can be done by the development finance partners, and there are activities that can be done by the private finance partners. And finally, for the borrowers, it's all about us making sure that we look the best, we put our best foot forward. Let's get our governance things done. Let's get all the approvals we need to get. Let's be a consistently high quality borrower so that we can consistently get the capital that we need to do the investments. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Robert, for keeping it brief, Robert. Engineer, the organizer is standing right behind me. Quick takeaway. What next? Engineer Chengo, that is.
Thank you very much. I think from the deliberations, there are 4 items that we need to do to move this agenda forward. We need to clarify on the issues that are based, the policy and regulatory issues that came out from the study, particularly in terms of whether the loans that the utilities are likely to get non-recourse. 2, the ministry will look into structuring the overall capital market framework that will include aspects of capacity building and strategizes for the long-term financing architecture to take on board these aspects. And then, of course, under this item, we'll onboard all the WATS and DPG teams to support it. Thirdly, and very important, that we will finalize the development of the water sector financing strategy, and capital market financing will be a very critical element that we need to work on. Along the way, we will be spearheading the sharing of lessons or some of the initiatives that are really working and what we need to take on as the topical issues emerge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Chengo. Thank you so much to my panelists. Thank you so much. I wish you had time for Q&A, but because of the constraints we are dealing with, we will have to transition to the next phase. That has been the conversation on capital markets as a solution for funding in the water sector. We are still around and open to conversation, so please reach out. We are still here. Let me hand over back to the organizing team. Thank you. Let's appreciate all of us. Thanks.
So thank you very much, our ministry and the Embassy of the Netherlands for that wonderful conversation on capital markets financing for the water and sanitation sector. So the water is moving, the sector is moving forward with difficult things, not afraid to face a challenge. So we are now moving to the last convener sessions of the day. We recognize we ran a bit late, so it's okay. We did not rush the last team too much, although I think they still had more to say. So please look for them and continue the conversation. So in this room now, we have a session by Western Kenya Water Project. So I will invite them to come and take over. Maybe just allow me to announce to the team the other sessions, just in case someone is not aware. But if you're aware where you want to be, you're welcome to leave. But please also stay for the next session by USAID Western Kenya Water Project. Thank you. Yes, so the sessions now, other than the one of the Western Kenya Water Project, which is here at the amphitheater. So if that's your session, you're in the right place, please stay. Water and sanitation for all, bridging the water and sewerage demand for Nairobi. That is by Athi Waterworks Development Agency in Lenana, going on right now. Positioning utilities for efficiency and bankability by Water Services Providers Association, WASPA, that is in Aberdare, and regeneration of Nairobi rivers in Shimba by the Nairobi Rivers Commission. Thank you. So please, Japhet, Polycarp, and team, kindly come and take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We would want to start off the session that we have on operational efficiency of water utilities by the Western Kenya USAID project. And we request that we be seated and settled. This session largely is a discussion on how operational efficiency in water and sanitation can be realized, which is very critical for sustained water and sanitation access services. Allow me now to welcome the speakers for this session. We do have our speaker, Director from WASREB, Mr. Richard Cheruyot, kindly join the stage. Also, I welcome Mr. Japhet Mbuvi, who is the Chief of Party, to also take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, and the participants who are with us, we welcome you to this session, upon which we'll try to be within time so that you're also able to catch up with the activities of the day. So I welcome Richard and also Japhet Mbuvi to take the stage. Once you settle and when you're ready, you will be able to actually tell when you can give the keynote address. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope now we have settled. We want to welcome Director Bwana Richard to give a keynote address on this particular session. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Eli. I realize we are really running late in terms of time. But I hope we will be able to effectively have a discussion on this very critical issue that looks at efficiency of water and sanitation services. But just to take us back, precisely about 12 days, shy of 4 years ago, the first case of COVID was reported in this country. That presented a lot of challenge in terms of water and sanitation services provision, because as we recall, really water was at the forefront in terms of the fight against COVID. It even went further to remind us that really we have a big challenge in terms of water and sanitation services, and that the water service providers are really very vulnerable in terms of, advancing that right to water and sanitation services. But again, it provided an opportunity for us to realize that, where you have water and sanitation service providers, then they really play a very critical role in terms of filling in the gap and ensuring that, that right or the rights to water and sanitation services is really advanced. Yeah. So it is really critical that we look at or we address the whole issue of efficiency of the water and sanitation services. I want to, as a way of looking at this, really look at the whole service provision chain in terms of what do we need to do along the service chain, both for water and sanitation, to really ensure that our utilities or the service that is being provided is really efficient. Picking from what we had in the last session, I think it was very clear that there are certain things and certain progresses that have actually been realized in terms of the service provision framework arising out of the reform process that was undertaken. But very quickly, we look at the policy and legal framework. I think we all agree that as a country we have a very robust legal and policy framework, which framework is very clear in terms of the issues that was spoken to in the session that has just ended. We have a very robust licensing process for the water service providers. I think previously a number of speakers have actually mentioned the issue that we have to be fashioned in a certain way as utilities, as water service providers, to be able to provide the service that is required. So the legal nature of water service providers is really very critical for them to be able to optimally operate. So in the policy and legal front, we have that robust framework which provides a clear process for setting tariffs. It provides a very clear institutional framework. We could have a very clear policy, a very clear legal framework, but without a facilitative institutional policy, it really becomes very difficult for the sector to deliver on what it's supposed to do. But again, we all agree that, when you have a clear institutional framework, it does define clearly who is supposed to do what, and therefore actors are able to be taken into account in terms of what they are supposed to do. But again, it would be expected that once you clearly define an institutional framework that supports service provision, then we structure our resource or financing for water services to follow that framework. As it were, they actually say resources follow functions. But again, we've had a lot of reforms in the regulatory process. We've talked about, I know it was mentioned that we might really to look at capital financing, we may need to still do a bit of reform in the regulatory environment. But again, we have we are proud to say we have really developed a number of guiding instruments in terms of regulation of water services. Like I mentioned, the licensing process is quite elaborate. The tariffing process is quite elaborate and does allow really utilities to be able to optimally provide services. The policy guide is very clear in terms of what the tariff is supposed to cover in terms of costs of the utilities, and we have very good examples in terms of what the utilities have actually been able to do as a result of the tariff process. I think we've quoted in the course of this forum one of the utilities that are out of the tariff process have actually been able to demonstrate that you can actually be able to do very viable investments. Kiwasco, just to mention, recently commissioned a very state-of-the-art office block, and that was wholly financed through the tariff. Of course, given the nature of the provision of water and sanitation services and the monopolistic nature of that service, it's critical that we're able to ensure that utilities are functioning optimally, and so the issue of tracking performance of water service providers is very key, and at the regulatory front that has luckily been done consistently, and we're able to, on an annual basis, provide an indication of where the sector is in terms of development and which areas should actually be focused on. But again, with the mandate that is given to the utilities, there is need to account for results, and that accounting for results does require that you have an elaborate mechanism of ensuring that these actors are able to account for what they do. So there's a very robust, again, compliance and enforcement strategy, which is very clear in terms of how the sanctions would come in the event that you have non-compliance in service provision. But again, we do understand that there are certain, minimums that would be expected in terms of regulation, that we should actually be predictable and credible in the decisions that we make, that we should be able to explain whichever decisions that we make, that there should really be coherence in terms of decisions that are made. We have the right tariffs, we have to go with the cost of service, but again, the issue around legitimacy, transparency, and accountability, and the decisions are widely accepted and publicly accessible. But again, let's look at what do we need to do in respect of asset development. We've I think, discussed in a number of sessions, right from the initial sessions that we had, where the CS really mentioned and the PS mentioned about the need for joint planning. I think that has been a missing link in terms of effective delivery of water service provision. So there is really need, as we develop assets, a mandate that is bestowed on the waterworks development agencies, that these agencies are able to jointly plan with the people who will eventually be able to uptake and manage those assets, and of course ensure that there is transfer of capacity from the developer to the final operator. But again, ensure that there is capital efficiency. It's interesting, of course, and quite good to talk about the gap in terms of what we require to do in terms of the resources that are required. Just to mention, I think as a regulator, we don't really get very excited when we are talking about money alone, but it's really more exciting for us when we talk about the people served. So we should be able to translate that amount of resources that we're putting in to demonstrate that we're able to serve additional people and really grow the sector in terms of access. So the need to ensure that there's capital efficiency and there's really this aspect of value for money in what we do is really very critical to ensure that the services are are efficient. For the county governments, definitely as duty bearers, we would expect that we have adequate oversight of the water service providers. The arm's length relationship that is expected in terms of governance is critical. As WASREP and as the people really that are the custodians of the right to water services on behalf of the citizens, one critical issue is that we realize is that we have a challenge every 5 years when we have elections in this country, that there is the possibility that there is disruption in service, and that is really because of a challenge that we have in terms of adherence to sector standards. Planning for service provision is critical. We need to ensure that we are able to demarcate our service areas to ensure that we have the water and sanitation services are commercially and sustainably provided. And that calls for a lead from the county governments to ensure that they take a lead in formulating service areas for their water service providers. But again, ensure that, if we provide for funding, and if there's funding that is coming, and it should be, of course, coming from the county governments, that goes to support the water service providers, that earmarked funding is seen to be going through to the water service providers. Because we have cases that, we say the tariff may not be quite affordable, but I liked what the last speaker said, that it's not about really the cost of service. People are willing to pay for the service if they are guaranteed that service will be forthcoming and that the service will be reliable. So we have that onus that if we are guarantee our consumers that the service will be available, then they will be more than willing to ensure that they pay for the services. We need to have focused development and of infrastructure, that we're not spreading too thin in terms of the resources that we have. We know a number of counties are really providing some good amount of resources for water and sanitation services. But again, the way that funding is structured in a number of cases presents a risk in terms of ensuring that there is impact. There is need to ensure that we don't spread too thin in terms of how we finance water and sanitation services. The rural space has, if you look at the sector report that we release, it basically puts out the performance of about 50% of the country. We still have a whole 50% out there that is really not benefiting from regulated water services, and therefore there is need to, for county governments as duty bearers to really organize how rural water services is provided, and we are happy that a number of partners within even USAID have gotten into this space and are helping us advance that aspiration. And the need to delegate, of course, water services to water service providers and ensure that these services are commercially provided. And of course, with that delegation then comes the need to account for results. So we operate at an arm's length between the principal, who is the county government, and the water service providers. Very quickly, look at the service provision front, the need for clear visions. So water service providers need to have a clear vision in terms of where they want to go in respect of water and sanitation services. So they need to have strategic plans that are very clear and realistic, business plans with accompanying and costed financial plans is very critical to ensure that we realize the aspirations of the visions that we have. Data is very key, so we report, but that data that we report on as WASREP is really data that is gotten from the water service providers. So they need to ensure that the data that is given is reliable to inform decision making. The issue around technologies cannot be overemphasized, and the need to embrace appropriate technology is very key. So as we look at efficiency in terms of water service provision, we really need to take advantage of appropriate technologies that are there. Inclusivity in decision making, I think the law and indeed the constitution is very clear in terms of the place of public participation in service provision. The whole one of the principles around the reform in the water sector was the principle of subsidiarity and the need to make decisions at the lower level. We need to ring-fence revenues to advance or to improve the liquidity of the water service providers. The issue around competence of the people that run the service is very key. They need to have appropriate skills. They need to have continuous capacity building, and of course the right orientation in terms of culture and attitudes. There's need for a clear framework. We know the private sector plays a very critical role in terms of filling in the gap for where we don't have adequate services, and therefore the need to have a clear framework to engage with the private sector, which is really very eager for us to organize them. We can't talk about service provision without mentioning governance. I think that has been the word that has been trending, that governance is really the bottom line of all that we do, and proper governance is really a need. If we must fix anything out of all the others, we must fix governance. And I think in ending, I'll actually say, somebody said, a bad culture, it's strategy for breakfast, and for us, poor governance really stifles the right to water and sanitation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, our keynote speaker, Director Richard. Let us give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. As we further discussions on operational efficiency, our speakers shared key areas that we need to focus on: governance, appropriate technology, human resource capital that's appropriate, the issues of having very clear vision, business plans, strategic plans. As we further the discussions, we want to now welcome our panelists, and this is made of various stakeholders who actually are at either the policy level, the implementation, the service providers. So allow me to welcome the panelists for this session. To begin with will be Fred Atwa, the CEO for Kakamega Rural. Kindly come to the stage. I also request Engineer Jura Moses from Kisumu Water to also join in the stage. I also request to have Patrick Omondi, the water services lead of the Western Kenya Water Project, to also take to the stage. Also allow me to request Marcel Schwarz from Maji Milele, the Managing Director, to also join the panelist. Also to join this is Colin Sodongo, the Chief Officer for Homa Bay County Government under the Water and Services Department. And also last but not least is Jim Lake Mutua, the CEO for Rural Water Management Solutions. As they settle, we will also want to hear your thoughts on these areas. That just to recap on the keynote address, what are some of the policy and regulatory frameworks that needs to be in place for us to have a robust and efficient service delivery at the local level. So we will also request that in the interest of time, we'll be very brief in sharing our thoughts in these areas that have been highlighted. And I'll begin to ask the panelists to share their thoughts, basically starting with the issue of rural water supply. So to the CEO of Kakamega Rural, Paul Atwa, we do know that water service provision at that very local level is what will actually enable us improve and achieve the universal access to water services as provided for in our constitution. Just to share your thoughts, that what are some of the paradigm shift that you want to share with us, to the extent to which you are working collaboratively with the county government to ensure that water service provision at that very local level is efficient, given that there is that high non-revenue water in these particular areas. So over to you, the CEO.
Yeah, thank you so much. As you have mentioned, I'm Fred Atwa, the CEO for Rural Water Company Kakamega. Kakamega, by constitution, it has two companies now. We have the Urban Water Company called Kakamega Kakuasco, and then also we have Kakuasco. The intention of having these two companies was that in the last 1 or 1.5 years, His Excellency the Governor thought it wise that we normally concentrate mostly in urban areas. Then how are we going to serve the rural areas? So in that perspective, he decided out of the 6 agenda point for his manifesto, he thought of talking about water at the doorstep. In Kiluya, they say, Amati Humuriango, whereby every person in rural area should also access water, just like the urban areas. So having said that, the urban rural water, through the migration of people from urban setup to rural setup, has really increased the population at rural areas, whereby they also need these services of clean and safe water. And that is one of the reasons that rural water is doing well in Kakamega because of that setup and migration. And you know, these people are willing to pay, as one of the facilitators said, they are willing to pay so long as you can give them the services. They are not affected by the tariff, but so long as the services is constant, they are really willing to pay. Another issue that has also enabled this to move faster in this arrangement is devolution. You know, devolution now, financing goes to the county government, and the county government extends up to sub-county, up to regional level. And when they go up to locational level in development, of course, they need these services called water plus other services. So this one has been a positive on our side when we started the rural water company. So county government has positively ensured that they support. Clearly, they have supported the rural water company, and the support is not just talking as political. The support is clear in a framework whereby budgeting process of the county government, they include rural water company as one of the beneficiary, as they will do for Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water. So that budgeting is there and it goes through the assembly, which makes it very easy for county government to support through His Excellency the Governor, Fernandez Barasa, who is really doing a great job. The next one is the population in the areas that we are talking about, they are really now informed. Water being right to human being, they also need water in those areas. And two, we have done the process within 1 year to ensure that we register and license this rural water company. And it is now licensed through WASREP. The process, as the WASREP director has just mentioned, is a long process, but we have managed to go up to the last. We are now, they have already acknowledged they are waiting to issue the final license, which will run for 3 years, meaning that we are now operating within a legal framework. On technology, also is very key to ensure that this rural water company has succeeded. What we have done, I'll give just a practical example, whereby you go, community has been running. We have like now, we started when we had only 14 schemes. Right now we are talking of almost 40 schemes, which you have brought them to board with the central management at one point. But you go to the ground, you do what we call public participation, awareness creation. There's an example where we went in one of the community, there had been disconnected power at 200,000 shillings. And in their account, they had only 20,000 shillings. So what we did, we agreed through public participation plus the management plus the leadership, and they accepted to hand over that scheme to the rural water company. And immediately they handed over, they also handed over with the 20,000 they had collected in their account. They closed their account, and at the same time, now we paid for power, and we also now did the hybrid system, so that now they have water throughout. Those are some of the clear indications that rural is really working in Kakamega, and we have also included now those who are in water sector. You know Sulis? Sulis is one of the systems that we use for billing. It has really helped us, and we have, in conjunction with the Safaricom, we can now receive the communication. Once someone pays, he gets alert, you are paid 2 shillings, your balance is 20 shillings. So the record and information is very, very clear. Finally, as we go ahead, why has it been so much successful when we are talking about achievement? Political will has been there and it is still there. From the governor side and all the political leadership within Kakamega, they are really out to ensure there is water in it at every doorstep as we move on. Support from development partners. I want to take this opportunity also to thank our development partners, that is USAID and wastewater project. They have really done us, they have worked with us. We have developed so many structures within that period. That is including strategic plan for the company within 1 year, business plan, human resource manual, all those. And even we have gone ahead and do a lot of public participation. They have trained our staff, they are well equipped. I want to thank them most sincerely and request that we continue working together to achieve the services for this community. Otherwise, finally, it is that this is the way to go. All county government will argue that in the future, people are migrating from urban to rural. How are we addressing them so that they can also get water at the end of the day? Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO, for sharing those thoughts. Key takeaways there, leveraging on technology, the political support, the issue of transparency, transfer of services, including even the balances that were there in those accounts. That speaks to the issue of how best are we able to efficiently deliver these services at the local level. Key among them being the budgetary support from the county government. I just want to reflect on the process of technology, the Internet of Things. And this, I would want to invite the technical manager for Kisumu Water to share how they have leveraged on technology to deliver efficient services within their service area. And also, as he shares that, we also request that you share some of the risks and how you have managed to mitigate those risks that are associated with the Internet of Things. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the good question. But I think before I get to your question, I just need to introduce what Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company is. We are a water utility located on the shores of Lake Victoria, on the western part of Kenya. We are a company which was legally registered in 2001 under CAP 486 of the laws of Kenya. We are fully licensed by WASREB, I think just as was noted by the key speaker today. We officially began our operations in the year 2003, around July, meaning that we are like about 20 years old now. And our key mandate is to provide water services and sanitation services within the boundaries of Kisumu City. However, under the new constitution, you are aware water is a devolved function. We are also taking care of the rural parts of Kisumu County. That is, we are taking care, we are managing two companies. One is called Gulf Water, which manages the rural part of western part of the Kisumu County. And the eastern part is managed by Nyanas. And we are also taking care of Nyanas in terms of management. However, currently, the county is in the process of having a rural company so that eventually Kiwasco will only be dealing with the urban water supply. Coming to your question, in relation to issues of operational efficiency to water and sanitation services, Internet of Things. Of course, in this current era of digital era, we are not left behind in terms of using technology to improve our operation efficiency. In Kiwasco, we have employed various technologies. One of them is we have a robust ERP system, which we use to run almost all of our operations to make us more efficient. And this has enabled us to serve our customers better. I think in the last impact report in terms of performance, Kiwasco performed very well in customer management. In this ERP system, we have what we call customer relation management program, and we use this to serve our customers very effectively in terms of addressing their needs. Similarly, we no longer use paper to deliver our bills to our customers. Of course, we use SMS, email in customer delivery. We have a very robust GIS system where we, of course, we have digitized all our networks within our jurisdiction. Currently, we have about 800 kilometers of water network ranging from, in terms of the pipe sizes, from 2-inch up to 28-inch, a distance of about 800 kilometers. If you come to the wastewater, we are a little low, about 162 kilometers of sewer network which we manage. And of course, I need to mention that, of course, this is very useful data in terms of trying to be efficient in what we do. To manage non-revenue water, we have a technology which we are using to monitor our tank levels in our reservoirs. Of course, the reservoirs in the treatment plants and also the reservoirs in our distribution system. This is very important in helping us to manage issues of overflows, for example, in non-revenue water management. Of course, we are not where we want to be in terms of technology. As a company, in our current strategic plan, which runs from 2023 up to 2028, we intend to automate most of our systems. And in this area, of course, I know in this room we have experts. We welcome you to engage with Kiwasco so that we can walk the journey of automating our processes. Of course, technology does not come without risks. And one of the major risks is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity as a company, we have tried to get knowledge by training our key staff in ICT and of course also the other staff to be aware of what cybersecurity is and how we can avoid it. Currently our systems have firewalls which has enabled us to, of course, prevent cybersecurity. We are also compliant in terms of standards and regulations which are required in ICT, and we keep up with current technologies. Lastly, as a company, we want to develop our in-house solutions in terms of technology in the sector. Of course, most of the softwares we use are purchased from vendors, but we are moving the journey of developing in-house solutions. Lastly, of course, this has helped us to perform better. And of course, we refer to the impact report number 15, which is the latest report. This is a public document, and it is present in WASREB website. Equally, we have it in our website. In the last impact report, Kiwasco was number 9 out of the companies which were, of course, went through the process. And it is important that we were among the top improvers. And I need to mention this. The maximum marks you can score under the impact performance system is 200. In the last report, we scored 141, improving from 128, which was the year 2020-2021, meaning that we improved in terms of performance, but this is mainly because of employing technology in our processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Technical Manager, for sharing those thoughts. Key statistics there, improvement, risks still remain, and some of the mitigation measures that you have put is to have an in-house developed system that will guarantee the delivery of service. Allow me now to, in the interest of time, go to Patrick Omondi, the West Grand Kenya Water Project Lead, to share some of his thoughts, given that in the year 2019, the regulator, that is Water Services Regulatory Board, did roll out water service regulatory guidelines for rural and also underserved areas. What are some of the challenges that you may have faced in the piloting of the implementation of these guidelines, and how best do you share the lessons that you have learned to enable us have a better service delivery towards reduction on non-revenue water? Over to you.
Thank you, Eli. I want to state that the service delivery models within the rural space are things that are going to work. Just like the first panelist said, that's Feda Tour, that already Kakamega has made it, and the future is bright for this sub-segment. We will note that almost over 50% of the population resides in the rural areas today. And if you look at service provision in this subsector, it's still not yet organized, but we believe, just like the regulator said, that we are headed in the right direction, simply because we have robust legal instruments, we have robust policies, we have robust guidelines that are there to facilitate this. As Western Kenya Water Project, funded by USAID, we are very keen and passionate about transforming rural water service provision within the country, but specifically in the western part of Kenya. We have identified, or we have supported the county governments in the 8 western Kenya counties to identify and adopt service delivery models. And apart from Kakamega, Kisumu, Migori, Siaya, Bungoma, Busia, and Kisii are also in the process of ensuring that they have put good systems through policies and the right laws in place that will allow the adoption and implementation of these service delivery models into place. This process is quite a laborious process because it needs a lot of political goodwill. It needs good systems to be put in place, and it needs good understanding of the stakeholders, especially the psychological owners of the water services, or the community owners of water services, because at some point they have to offload them to the established institutions that are formed after this. So, so far so good. We are upbeat that the government, especially the leadership of the departments that we're working with, have taken up this process, and we are also supporting them as we move along. Now, the key challenges, one is the expectation of the political class, because as we know that one of the political tools that normally politicians use to get votes is water service provision, and most of the people that you're working with resides in the rural areas. So how to model the messaging that the politician will still let go of the tool that they normally use to get votes, but at the same time enable us to put systems and structures in place that will also enable the service provision to be effective and efficient, is the biggest problem that we have. Secondly, is budgetary allocation. And as Fred has said, that for Kakamega, the governor saw it wise that while they are doing the budgets or allocating budgets for other departments, then Kakruwasko also has its own share of budgets. So this is also an area that we are really working with, sensitizing MCS, working with the department, just to provide evidence on how and why the service provision needs to be subsidized, though progressively within the rural space. So these are two elements, that's budgetary allocation, and also demystifying the political element or the political attachment of water service provision within the rural areas. We are in the right trajectory, and I'm happy that the counties that we are working with currently have put or have embedded policy initiatives within the legal instruments just to promote the service delivery models that are being championed by the regulator. So far, so good, and let me end at that because the regulator said about it, and also Fred talked about it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate the key insights. Key one being that the lesson that they have learned in the implementation of the guidelines is that you need political goodwill. However, high expectation from the political class remains a key challenge. Allow me now to turn to the Managing Director of Maj Milele, Marcel, to share why is it that a third of the mapped projects in the space remain dysfunctional, whereas 2/3 of those continue not to give the service as per the expectation that was required of them. Just to share your thoughts on those aspects briefly. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. First, to introduce myself, my name is Marcel Scheurs. My name is Marcel Scheurs, founder and CEO of Majimilele. We are a company, we provide prepaid and smart water meter solutions, both for communal water points, for kiosks, as well as for individual connections. Next to that, we are also a private water service provider in Siaya, in 4 schemes, and recently also we took up 1 scheme in Homa Bay. Coming back to the question, the fact that so many water investments are no longer functional within 3 years often. That is actually the reason of me sitting here. When that problem was also asked 10, 15 years ago, and I was challenged to come up with solutions. I didn't know anything about water, but I'm an economist by profession, I'm from development by heart, and I came up with the idea about prepaid, because one of the big issues in the rural areas is transparent revenue collection. Not all the revenues are collected. The revenues that are collected, they are partly pocketed maybe by the kiosk operator. The rest of the money goes to a water committee. They also pocket part of the money. When there is a minor repair to be done, it can be done. If there's a major repair, there is no money. And that's why, despite donors have invested again and again and again in the rural water sector in Africa, that very many of these schemes after a few years die, because the revenues are not coming in and are not being accounted for. So that's actually the reason of why I came up with this whole idea about prepaid water metering. At first only for water kiosks, but now also for private connections. And I really think that is, let's say, really making already a change into a rural water supply and the sustainability of that rural water supply. Other important factors are, of course, that in the past and still nowadays, like the urban water suppliers, also the rural water suppliers are faced with high costs. By average, maybe 30–40% of all the cost of operations traditionally go to power. That is a lot of money for small schemes. So if you can do solarization, my calculations are again and again, solarizations, 3–4 years, you have recouped your investment. And so I also, in the previous session, it was about financing the water sector, finance solar for water. Because it's 3–4 years, we don't need batteries, we have water reservoirs. Water reservoirs are batteries for me. You pump during the day and during the night, the water reservoir is your battery, that water can still go down to everyone. So solarization is, I think, a very, very good investment in the water sector. Now, in the water sector, in the rural areas, we have water committees. Water committees have lack of expertise, but also you have a group of basically volunteers and you give them big responsibilities. That is a problem, you know. If you give big responsibilities to volunteers, it's logical that some money will be pocketed. No one feels really accountable because you are a volunteer basically. So handing over the water committees to professional management, that could be a rural water company, that can be a private sector, like in my case, where we took over schemes, 4 schemes in Siaya, and now recently 1 scheme in Homa Bay. I think both are important. Rural water companies are good, but we also know that the capacity of the rural water companies are limited, because there are so many rural areas and rural schemes. So I know that there is a big demand, can the private sector come in? And I get that demand, I wouldn't say on a daily level, but I often get a demand, can you also become the private water sector provider in Marsabit, in another scheme in Homa Bay, in another scheme of Siaya, etc. And the reality is that I have to be very careful, because for a private sector player, it is still not a favorable environment. On the one hand, there is the issue of tariffs. which, it was said by previous speakers, it was said in the previous session, the willingness to pay for good services mostly is there. But at the same time, the realities are politicians. Just 2 weeks ago, I had a discussion with the top management of Siaya Water, the county. And when you talk about hiking the tariffs, you almost get an immediate no. Almost an immediate no. While the tariffs are there already, when I started in 2018, there was a tariff. We have reduced the tariffs even a little bit, and now hiking the tariffs a bit, it's like a discussion that cannot be held. But we have to hold it. Because in the end, if we want service provision, we need to finance it. And finance it is, for me, very simple. It is all coming out of the 3 T's. The T of the transfer, that is donor money. That's once in a while, that's nice, but you don't have it always. It is the T for tax. Government, yes, they can come in, but we all know that the government budgets are restricted. So the most important T is tariffs. And we can't talk very long and have beautiful models. We have to have the discussion. We need to be clear which of the 3 T's are going to pay for it. If not, we can dream about very good service delivery, but it will not happen. Financing, the 3 T's are vital. So in Siaya now, for example, there is the problem that from a political part, it is almost impossible to talk about the T of tariffs. People may want water, people may want to pay for water, but it is very difficult to have the discussion. But it's a vital discussion. So the T of tariffs is a problem. Also, the government, if they want the private sector to come in, and I see very many small private water sector players. We might be a little bit bigger, but there are very many small ones. But they should be enabled. And the reality is often, it's a bit sad to say that I often feel that the government is regulating and rather putting problems than enabling. An example, I'm a private water sector player. KRA comes and says, you have to charge VAT for water. So why? Well, I can explain that more, but we are still under the challenge that KRA one day comes back to us and say you have to charge VAT on water supply to people in the rural areas. You go to Wasrep, they say no. Another arm of the government, they say yes. That's one of the challenges. Another challenge is that local politicians, we have a very clear service provision agreement with the Siaya County, where it states within our service area, the county government will do no public investment unless in harmony with us, where we are the private water service provider. But you see that politicians, MCAs, they say, for political reasons, I want to drill a borehole here, and I want to drill a borehole there, and they are undermining basically our water service provision. And I can tell you, last year we made a loss of 2 million shillings, partly due to the MCAs investing. I expect about 50 million shillings in boreholes everywhere, undermining the business case of the bigger water service provider. So the government should enable, and I think that is also WASREP and the ministry should educate the MCAs about efficient models. And efficient models is not that there is chaos, he is investing, he is investing, and he is investing. No, that you undermine everything. I think those are my most important points. Despite the challenges, I do see there is potential if we don't compete against each other and we clearly define who is providing water where. And together, I can also say with the prepaid meters, it's not only your revenues go up, but also your costs go down, your non-revenue water goes down. That's one of the reasons why we are relatively pretty successful. But of course, also for us, we still have our challenges.
Thank you very much, MD Marcel, for sharing those thoughts. We have had the issue of political support, the issue of willingness to pay when you want to change the tariff to have a business case is still a challenge. Still deriving on technology. I would want to talk to the CEO of Jamlik Mutie to share. Rural Water Management Solutions is a proponent of technology adoption. Where do you see the opportunities for potential investors who would want to go into the space, and riding on what has been shared are some of the risks that investment should be aware of? Kindly. See you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will reintroduce myself as Jamlik Mutie, professional water engineer, and the CEO at Rural Water Management Solutions. We work with the county governments so that we can support them together with the rural water utilities so that they can be able to operate within professional management practices, and making sure that they are commercially viable and therefore assure communities of improved quality of services and also sustainability. And we do this through a public-private partnership model where we get into MOUs with the county governments. So we are using the WASREB guidelines on provision of water in rural and underserved areas, the service delivery models. So we are very strong in that. And we also support the utilities also in terms of capacity development support so that they can be able to, yes, improve their work and operations. So talking about operational efficiency, I want just to bring it into context. The impact report says that, for example, the NRW within the regulated WSPs average is 45%. These are WSPs which have engineers. These are WSPs which have very good finance managers. These are WSPs which have quite a lot of expertise, and they are at that level of 45% NRW, among other things. Then how do you expect those rural schemes managed by volunteers, managed by retirees, and sorry for that, how do you expect those utilities to perform properly? It is difficult, isn't it? And so they are ever struggling. I mean, that's why we are saying the functionality level is, 36% of the utilities at any given time are not functional. And yet, those are utilities which are supposed to serve the 50% Kenyan population that the WASREB CEO has mentioned about. Yes, there are opportunities that the private sector can look in, and I will talk about areas where you can work towards reducing on costs so that we can have an improvement on the revenues, as Marcel has mentioned. So I'll talk about one area is water losses. Most of the times you'll realize there's very little effort by these rural utilities, and I'm talking about the schemes, not the regulated WSPs. So the metering levels is very low. Even from where they are sourcing their water, if it is a borehole, you'll find some don't even have the master meters, in as much as it's a regulatory requirement by the Water Resources Authority. What is the situation with now the metered connections? What is the level of accuracy of those meters? And so you realize that then there is a lot of wastage. So much water is being pumped, but when you compare with what reaches the communities in terms of leakages, it's a lot. But also the commercial losses where we have, you know, the meters not so accurate, the illegal connections and all that. So that's an area where could be an opportunity. The other bit is on how revenues are collected. You know, are there structures, are there adequate structures towards that? What is the revenue collection efficiency of these utilities? For the ones that you have been working with, we get to, when we are doing our baselines, we get, you know, 25%, 30% revenue collection efficiency. How do you expect with that percentage to be able to repair that motor when it breaks down? And that's why the CEO of Fred Atwa, I can relate when you say that you found the utility only having 20,000 shillings in the account. The other bit is about, you know, the workforce. When I started, I talked about really the workforce. So we are talking about volunteers with little knowledge about the technical management, financial management practices, and governance processes. So some of the things that we can do is to make use of technology, automating some of these processes in terms of you know, having what Marcel is talking about, the smart meters, the prepaid meters, the water level sensors, leak detectors within the systems. You know, digitizing the billing processes, and it is worth it. It is a worthy investment. A water kiosk ATM would go roughly at about 350,000 Kenya shillings. If you check a kiosk which is able to collect between 1,000 to 1,500 per day, if you compute, they can be able to have a return on investment within a year, 18 months, maximum 2 years. So it is worth it. With those opportunities, then how do we need to do it? One of the proposal, and I think WASREB has been very strong in that, and even the county governments have also deliberately ensured that within the county water laws, we, you know, they appreciate the private sector engagement. Those are the guys who have this technology. We have the capital to make this happen, and we have the expertise to make it happen. So it is for county governments to work together with the private sector, and you know, harmoniously be able to implement on that. And one way is, you know, appreciating the delegated management models, where an organization, an investor would be coming in to pick on some of these functions, like the billing processes. That's a function that can be delegated to a private entity, and you know, they be able to do it better. We have what we call the public-private community partnerships. It is well within that. But even as we talk about you know, the flashy gadgets, the ATMs, the prepaid meters, these guys are not even having, you know, the other infrastructures that is necessary. I'm talking about the IT equipment. If you are bringing a billing solution to a water scheme in Marsabit, do they have knowledge about using computers? Do they have even the computers? Because these are instruments that you will require for that. There will need to be capacity development, and therefore, for us, rural water management solutions, we bring these solutions in terms of a package. There will be the billing, the gadgets, the billing solution, but also the training that goes into it. Now, in terms of risks, our experiences has been that these utilities that we are talking about, they are not can't be engaged in a contract process, okay? Because we are talking about self-help groups and a few others, so it becomes very difficult. But how we have been able to circumnavigate that is to, engage with the county government, so that we have, the level of framework with the government, and then it becomes easier on that. And I mean, I know also a number of county governments are, moving towards having those entities as the water user associations instead of the others. As I finish, the other challenge is about liquidity, where you are coming in this utility, they have 20,000 shillings in their account, and you are bringing a solution which is requiring some more capital. Then how do they do it? So it's about looking at financial models, and one is where you can have the pay-as-you-go system. Those are risks on the side of the investors, but also as private entities, and we are coming into this, then the county governments, you also need to be aware of certain things that you need to be able to monitor the operations of these private sector players, and be able to protect the consumers, be able to protect the water schemes from overpricing for the services that we are providing, things around the poor quality of the equipment and all that. And one way that you can do is to negotiate prices with the water vendors, with the service providers, so that you don't leave it to the community to decide. And I want to finish by maybe throwing it back to the TM for Kiwasko, that yes, you want to develop in our systems, but it may not be a sure guarantee that you're actually going to improve on your professional efficiency. So please make use of the private sector. We think that we are able to provide better services, and you can vet us for that. And therefore, with that, then utilities can be well managed, and operational efficiency is improving. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the CEO, Bwana Mutie, for sharing those key insights. We believe partnership between the private and the public sector is key, and I believe the challenge will be responded to, though may not be now. Allow me now to welcome the Chief Officer from Homa Bay County, Bwana Collins Obango, to share. You have heard the technology aspects. What is the county doing towards creating an enabling environment that will spur water sanitation service efficiency at the local level, given that it's a devolved function? Over to you.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here, to be part of the panelists. In Homa Bay County, it's a county that is found in the western part of the country, bordering counties like Migori, Siaya, Nyamira, Kisii, and having a population of 1.1 million people. The problem we are still struggling with is the coverage of water as well as sanitation, which stands at 60% in urban areas and also 33% in rural areas, that is for water. And then sanitation stands at 40% in urban areas and also 30% in rural areas. Back to the question, how the county government of Homa Bay is enabling investment environment for the private sectors. One, we are in the process of winding up or the formulation of a water and sanitation policy, and this policy is heavily supported by the USAID funded program, that is the Western Kenya Water and Sanitation Program. And in this policy, it's anchoring areas that would really attract our investors. An area like governance has really been repeated by a number of speakers, in this conference, and definitely it clearly indicates that there is a gap. The framework is there in terms of the national, policy framework and regulatory framework, but now cascading this to the county government, the uptake has been very slow. But as a county government of Homa Bay, I can clearly stipulate that we already have a policy in place that is currently undergoing the approval process, and attached to it are the regulations and also the bill to that effect, that we know upon the approval will be able to activate several sections or investment opportunities within the county government. This policy is also in line with the national plans and policies, and very well aligned to the county, goals in terms of their integrated planning for the 5-year period. So we know it will unlock several opportunities for our investors to the county government. One of the areas where this policy is anchored is on sustainability, and especially in the water sector, we really look at the source of our waters, probably source protections as well as conservations. These are areas that we really need to do a lot of investments in, because if we only attract investors to be able to invest in only water production and supply, and definitely these rivers go dry because those are our main sources of water, as well as the pollution along the lakes, then definitely we will be able to increase the cost of investment, and this will be translated to, to be taken care of by Wanjiku, which definitely becomes a burden again for the county government. In the event of sustainability, we have not forgotten about our water and water and sanitation services provision, where we're incorporating a number of technologies. Some of them have been highlighted here. We are keen on controlling or reducing non-revenue using a non-revenue strategy plan. We are also keen on smart metering. That one has been also, and one area that has also worked for us very well is the area of co-creation, where we have now the stakeholders coming on board, the water utilities, the consumers, our investors, and then we sit down and craft a plan together that is going to serve our people. In the event of investment, because most of these plans we depend on the consumers to be able to pay for the services being rendered to them that they own, and that willingness to pay is very automatic because they were also involved in the planning process. The other area where our policy is also anchored is the integrated water resources management. And in this case, we are keen on source, just as I'd mentioned, the treatment and storage, but also trying to add some value chain attached to the water supply. For example, if you are able to do a community water point, then you can also encourage the community to be able to start maybe a small tree nursery attached to it, maybe beekeeping, kind of farming attached to some dairy cattle keeping, such that the community only do not look at this water as a source of income to them, but also as a value that is also aiding or facilitating their farming processes attached to it. And this is very core, especially in trade, and especially where we also want to attract our investors. Like right now, there is a rolling out of the economic processing zones across all the counties. And this is a zone where we will attract we will do the aggregation centers, and we are also attracting processing industries. Definitely, it's an area where we will also supply by water by any means, and the consumer is already there because most of the investors have already shown interest. Like we just concluded our investment conference last week, and we have an indication of setting up a cotton ginnery factory down in Homa Bay. We also have an intention of setting up, a fish processing factory in Homa Bay. So these are all opportunities of which, if we can get a private operator just to connect these factories and industries with water, then definitely this is cash that will be able to get back to investment. The third aspect is on private sector engagement. The policy is very robust on some of the framework and the structures we have in place to be able to engage the private sector, especially the investors. One area I've mentioned is on planning, which we are doing together with our investors, such that all their plans and our plans can always be able to run together, and we are also able to control this aspect of duplication of investments in the county government as well as our investors. Yeah, then we are also keen on the kind of agreements we are entering into with them, and we really uphold the spirit of transparency, because we know without this trust, some of these investors will always come, get to check the kind of ethics we have, and definitely they run away if we are not able to be transparent, and we are not also able to deal with cases of corruption. And this is also an area that the county government is really anchoring on very well, that every agreement we enter into is a transparent one, and also as well as effective regulations. Then we also promote various models. I think the MD of Majimilele, CEO, has already said that we are in an agreement with them on a private operator partnership. This is already working very well for us in Homa Bay. We also have Sana International, which is also working with us on a private operator agreement. And we still encourage more, like the CEO, Jamlek, has also mentioned that they're into that business. We really encourage more, because the kind of structure we have is that we are trying to cluster, especially the rural areas, and come up with unitary manageable, cohorts that we can easily bring the private investors, especially in professional operations. And then in terms of financing, I will not go without echoing that a special tariff is really, really required for the rural area investments, because these are people with low income. The ability to pay is quite low. A lot of subsidy is required. So if it is not well structured, where this subsidy, of course, the government, maybe our private partners, and that this should amalgamate to a tariff that will be able to sustain at least operations and maintenance of the systems that we are having, as we look for more resources to be able to expand the system. I want to assure our investors that in Homa Bay County we have a full support of our political wing. The assembly is very supportive, the executive is very supportive, and the environment is very well enabled, such that if you come, the structure is already in place where we'll engage, get into MOU, depending on your program, and also aligned with the county government program, which is also very useful information going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Chief Officer. We do take the enabling environment key points, one being the policies and frameworks that support the county alignment to national frameworks, the issue of sustainability, financing, and also there's an opportunity as more companies set up at the local level. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate all our participants for your patience. We do apologize that in the interest of time, we may not have a question and answer session for you, but we do welcome any written comments on this session. Allow me to also appreciate our panelists who have actually taken us through sharing those insights. Then we'll see how best those actions are now translated into implementation frameworks. We also had our speaker, Director Cheriot. We also appreciate the keynote address, the highlights of the session. A round of applause for all of us. Thank you very much. As you break, kindly allow me to make these two announcements. For those who are interested in the field visit, you are welcome to register at the tent as you go for lunch. The visit will be at Nairobi, Mukuru, Kwanjenga. This will be coordinated by Nairobi Water and also the WASEC team. We are having opening ceremony coming up shortly. So for those who have not taken their lunch, we request that you have that shortly, and then you'll be back for the closing ceremony. Over to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eli, and the whole team of panelists for doing a very nice, or giving justice to that debate and discussion. I wish to allow you to break We break for some few minutes and then you come back for the closing ceremony. Please don't miss. I know Eli missed and say opening ceremony. It's a closing ceremony. We're having our cabinet secretary is around, so I just wish to request, because you are using this amphitheater for closing ceremony, some few minutes and then you come back. Some few minutes and then you come back. Those who have not grabbed something to eat, the lunch is ready, the same place. Meanwhile, I wish to request our choir team, our audio production team, our audiovisual production team be ready for any kind of content that you can still run for the delegates as we bring this to an end. As we allow the curtains to fall, we'll be having any form of content to run meanwhile. Asanteni sana. So please take your time, just work for lunch, and please be back here by exactly 3. By exactly 3 p.m. we'll be starting our closing ceremony, to be officiated by none other than our Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, who is within the building to take us through that. So please, our team from this session, you can break and then come back as fast as you can. Nairobi City Water and Sanitation and Sewerage Company staff choir, wherever they are, Francis Care and your team, I know you are within. Please just start getting ready for the closing ceremony. Start getting ready for the closing ceremony. So wherever you are, please come forward.